Barrett,
Present.
Dan Bernal, George Blumenthal,
Here.
Maria Bonneville,
Present.
John Carruthers, Monica Carson,
Here.
Marguerite Casillas,
Here.
Judy Chow,
Present.
Leandra Clark Harvey,
Present.
Shannon Dahl,
Present.
Anne-Marie Deliege,
Present.
Isabel Derone, we know is on her way, Mark Fisher Colbury,
Here.
Elena Flowers,
Present.
Judy Gasson,
Here.
Guido Bassiani,
In the room.
Rich Lahara,
Present.
Pat Levitt,
Here.
Paula Madnat,
Here.
Linda Malkus,
Here.
Shlomo Melmed,
Here.
Carolyn Meltzer, Chris Miaskowski,
Present.
Adriana Padilla,
Here.
Joe Panetta, Joyce Saki, Marv Southard, Shauna Stark,
Present.
Carol Watson, Yael White,
Present.
Kevin Zhu,
Here.
Keith Yamamoto.
Here.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Scott. I want to welcome you all again to this final meeting of the calendar year. Many entities, individuals think of this today's agenda. That is not the case here at CIRM. Our agenda today is packed with like a stocking hung by the chimney with lots of items, including revised concept plans on two popular education programs that will extend their life spans and create a novel hybrid. And the application review subcommittee will consider funding projects in both preclinical development and the clinical 2 portfolios. And rounding out the day will be updates on governing policy governing the management of awards and on patient support program. But before we get into the meat, I would like to share some good news relating to one of our current board members, Christine Miaskowski, RN. The American Academy of Nursing recently singled out Chris to receive a Living Legend Award, one of the highest professional accolades. And I think we have a photograph of that, yes? That you can all take a look at, Claudette. Nurse Miaskowski was applauded by the Academy for her extraordinary contributions to the nursing profession. Her pioneering work in pain management and symptomatology has greatly impacted the field of oncology nursing in particular, and thus improving control and the quality of life for patients. At the same time, it created a curricular infrastructure for generations. Chris, I and the entire board want to congratulate you on receiving this very prestigious award. There we go.
Thanks so much, Vito. I really, really appreciate it. It was really a hallmark of my career. So thank you for recognizing it.
Well, you're quite welcome. I hope that photograph would stay up longer because that is a picture of what living legends look like. There we go. Thank you, Claudette. A few weeks ago, the Pacific Council on International Policy here in Los Angeles invited me to join a panel dedicated to broadening understanding of Los Angeles and Southern California's place as a leader in science and technology. Now, I know that I and the rest of you on this board talk to science and or medical audiences all the time, but this was a distinctly unusual audience to present CIRM to, who we are, what we do, and what we've accomplished over the last 20 years. For example, among those present at the event were the Consuls General of Mexico, France, Finland, and many other countries, Ninth Circuit federal judges, former American ambassadors, fellows at various think tanks like the RAND and the Council on Foreign Relations, State Department area specialists, leaders in business and finance, venture capital, artificial intelligence, and experts in national and military strategy. I did not meet a single person at this event working in any biological or clinical field, which may explain the high-level spirited interest and animated questioning from this diverse audience. And I mention this to you only because as CIRM considers its own future, opportunity is this, of broadening the types of audiences we speak to can serve the dual functions of both educating the individual members in attendance at these meetings as it builds larger, broader community support, which CIRM will ultimately need. I will have more to say on this at our January meeting, which is only a month away from now. So I'm going to be followed now by our Vice Chair, Maria Bonneville, for her report. Thank you.
Thank you, Vito. Good morning. In October, Rosa and I went to DC to meet with congressional members. We met with House and Senate offices from Maryland, Texas, Florida, Illinois, Colorado, Minnesota, in addition to the Senate Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions. We visited with members that chaired or sat on committees where we share similar interests: pediatric rare disease voucher, health committee, sickle cell disease, Parkinson's disease, and continued NIH funding, to name a few. It was an opportunity to share our story and educate members outside of California on how our great state continues to fund science. While we were in DC, we also had an opportunity to meet with Faster Cures, the Every Life Foundation, and other advocacy organizations in the hope of partnering or collaborating on strategy. Yesterday, I sent you all an update on federal policy and administrative changes in Washington, DC. So I'm going to go through those now. NIH modifies pay lines. Initially announced in August, on November 21st, the NIH provided additional details on its new funding strategy. In January, the agency will move away from the traditional pay line system and adopt a single agency-wide approach for making funding decisions. Under the old model, many institutes used a pay line percentile cutoff from peer review as a rough guide for which applications would be funded. But because institutes frequently made exceptions to address scientific priorities, budget shifts, or workforce needs, pay lines often gave applicants a false sense of how decisions were actually being made. Under the new strategy, pay lines will no longer be used, and all institutes will follow the same set of principles when awarding funding. These principles include considering the full peer review critique, evaluating how well the project aligns with the institute's stated mission and priorities, taking workforce needs into account, and managing a balanced, geographically diverse portfolio. This shift aligns with the larger gold standard science agenda issued by the Trump administration. NIH forward funding. Throughout the year, NIH has been shifting away from funding single-year grants to prioritize multi-year research projects. NIH has been fully forward funding the project for all the years of the project and placing the funds in escrow to be used in subsequent years. While on the surface it seems this will give stability to multi-year studies, over time this policy shift will result in researchers receiving less money on average with less time to spend it. Additionally, it means that there is a reduced amount of funding available in a given year, leading to fewer grant awards and steeper competition for NIH funding. The NIH budget proposal from earlier in the year estimated that NIH research grants would drop from 42,143 in 2024 to 38,069 in 2025 and 27,477 in 2026. First-time awards are estimated to fall from a little over 10,000 in 2024 to 6,000 in 2025 to 4,300 in 2026. There was a New York Times article recently which provides a good illustration of the long-term consequences of forward funding. And I hesitate to even go into HHS leadership updates because the staff seems to change a lot, but I'll give it a shot. The Department of Health and Human Services announced 5 new agency leaders on November 24th as part of Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s effort to advance his Make America Healthy Again agenda. Dr. Brian Christine, the new Assistant Secretary of Health, is a men's health specialist who plans to focus on rebuilding trust in public health and strengthening chronic disease prevention. Alex J. Adams, appointed Assistant Secretary for Family Support at the Administration for Children and Families, previously held senior roles in Idaho state government and emphasized improving outcomes for children and families. Gustav Chiarello, the new Assistant Secretary of Financial Resources and a former senior counsel on the House Judiciary Committee, will oversee efforts to direct federal spending towards better health results. Michael Stewart, a former U.S. Attorney and West Virginia State Senator, will serve as General Counsel with a focus on combating fraud, waste, and abuse. Dr. Alicia Jackson, a former DARPA official and biotech entrepreneur, will lead ARPA-H, aiming to accelerate biomedical innovation and advance women's health. Pezdur, who also led the FDA's Oncology Center of Excellence and was widely regarded as a highly influential regulator, was reported to have had disagreements with FDA leadership regarding proposals to accelerate certain drug reviews and adjust regulatory standards. His sudden departure comes during a period of transition at CDER and has drawn attention from stakeholders. Tracy Beth Hogue, one of Macary's close advisors, has been appointed to acting director of CDER. The FDA Rare Disease Pediatric Review Voucher. On December 1st, the House of Representatives passed the Give Kids a Chance Act by voice vote, which reauthorizes that program. The Senate has received the legislation, and it remains unclear when the Senate will vote on the House passed bill or advance its own version, which currently has 20 bipartisan co-sponsors. This action in the House is a reassuring sign that there's bipartisan support and that this bill would likely be considered for inclusion in a broader healthcare legislative vehicle to be considered at the end of the year. And finally, ARPA-H launches the BOSS program. To address the challenges associated with cold chain logistics, ARPA-H has launched the Biostabilization System program, which aims to develop technologies that enable room temperature stabilization, storage, and shipping of biological drugs. The initiative draws on concepts from stress-tolerant organisms, materials science, and bioengineering to create stable, long-lasting formulations of cell and gene therapies that can be manufactured and distributed more easily and cost-effectively. On California news, Scott Tusher and I recently met with Scott Wiener's office regarding SB 607. They will be revising the language and introducing a new bill at the beginning of the year with the intention that the legislature would consider voting to include it on the November 2026 ballot. We continue to be a resource for them and await any other updates from their office. At this time, it is unclear what the final bill language will contain. And then a quick update on the CCCE outcome. The recommendations from the Facilities and Grants Working Groups were presented to the Application Review Subcommittee in October. 3 applications were recommended and approved for funding. 2 in Southern California, the Lundquist Institute in Torrance and Loma Linda University in Loma Linda, and 1 in Fresno, Community Health Systems. It was acknowledged at that meeting that a location in the northern part of the state is sorely missing, and JT did commit to bringing a plan to fill that gap to the board. So we await that, JT. And then I will give more updates on the access strategy when that item comes up later in the agenda. And that's all I have. If there are any questions.
Yeah, I have a question, Maria. I have 2 questions. One is that in your conversations with other state representatives from other states,
Yes.
did you hear that there are plans afoot in those states to put together science funding programs of the type that CIRM represents? And we just heard that the state of Texas is putting $3 billion into neurological disease, so forth. Are there other states stepping up similarly?
We did hear and were asked specifically about the initiative process and some of the logistics. Obviously, it varies from state to state, but certainly everyone was very, I think, jealous of the fact that we've been able to accomplish this here. And clearly, California is a huge state with resources that allow for something this big to happen. But there was definitely questions from other states, and so we encourage them to reach out so that we can put them in contact with other members to talk about how to make that happen for them.
Great. And yes, I'm glad to hear about the update on 607. What I've heard is that the retuning of it will come in at considerably under 23 billion, which was the last version.
Yes.
And just as a point of information, Saul Perlmutter has put together a separate proposal that I've been working a lot on with him. And I think it has some really interesting features to it. And we're going to be talking with Wiener's office about ways to try to integrate some of the aspects of that program as well.
That's great.
So that'll
that.
And then the final comment is that the report on the moving away from pay lines. I think that I don't really have a big problem with that. I think that in itself is not a problem, but built into that new provision of moving away from pay lines is the kind of scary notion that a political appointee will actually have, if not the final word, certainly the ability to move funding decisions around on the basis of whether there's a good alignment with, as you said,
Sure.
the policies of the Trump administration. So moving away from professional opinion, as is being done with the firing of a lot of program directors and the firing of lots of IC, I guess half of the IC directors, and then installing instead kind of the last word coming from a political appointee is
Sure.
particularly troublesome. So
Absolutely.
something to watch out for.
Thank you. Carolyn?
Yeah, I certainly agree with Keith's comments. I wanted to ask about the forward funding. Do we have an idea what % of grants will be forward funded?
I don't know that the answer to that question, but I'm happy to ask our contacts in DC and get back to you for that.
Okay, yeah, I mean, obviously a lot of folks are worried about that because it takes from the next year's and ability for new grants to be funded. Thanks.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I've asked that question and similarly have gotten no answer. And the concern, of course, is that it's going to be elevating year over year. And as that happens, it just keeps chopping down the number of new grants awarded.
Okay.
Really, really bad problem.
Yes. John?
Agree with all that's said. I think I have no idea what % they're making. I mean, this started a little bit with the R35s maybe 10 years ago to try to focus on things, and then they have these other mechanisms. So this seems to be a different thing that's going on now. So I don't know the %, and I think the New York Times article kind of outlaid the drastic drop in the number of grants.
Yes. Thank you.
I don't see any more.
Right.
Okay.
Hi, Kim.
Yeah, hi. So I think at one point there was a proposal that at least 50% of the grant should be forward funded, but I think that was explicitly excluded in some of the budget language. The issue is not so much that forward funding is an evil thing, because at the end of the day, it all balances out, and the National Science Foundation has done most of its funding in this way for many years. The problem is a precipitous switch to a forward funding system, and there's been no provision made for the immediate effects of that, and the fact that we are likely to lose a lot of people before their careers even get started because they just can't get their foot on the ladder.
Thank you, Kim.
I don't see any other comments, so we'll move to our third report from this one from our president and CEO, JT. Oh,
JT, actually first, just for the record, I want to recognize the following board members who have joined since the roll call. We welcome John Carruthers, Isabel Barone, Joyce Saki, Marv Southard, and Carol Watson.
great. Thank you, Scott.
Thank you, Scott. Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, distinguished members of the board, CIRM team, and members of the public. I'm happy to report that it has been another busy and very fruitful year at CIRM, which saw tremendous dedicated contribution by every member of CIRM's board and team. If 2024 was a year of strategic plan development culminating in the adoption by the board of the Strategic Allocation Framework, or SAF, which launched 13 new or amended programs aimed at maximizing the benefit of CIRM's remaining funds for the citizens of California, 2025 was a year of implementation and rollout of many of those programs, spearheaded by Dr. Rosa Caneta-Vilas and the clinical team led by Dr. Joe Gold, the PDEV team led by Dr. Shyam Patel, the discovery and education team led by Dr. Kelly Shepard, the review team led by Dr. Gil Sambano, and supported by operations, including grants management, IT, and finance, led by Jen Lewis. A central player in all of this process was Dr. Liz Noblin, who provides cross-functional coordination and organizational support for the implementation of the SAF process helping translate program inputs for leadership and the board. I've asked Liz to give the board a brief summary of all the work done with the SAF this year. Liz?
Thanks so much, JT. It's my pleasure on behalf of the team to report on the progress that we've made launching new programs throughout 2025. So looking back to March, the board at that meeting approved 5 new funding opportunities across each of CIRM's pillars. We had community care centers of excellence, our 2 discovery programs, DISC 4 and DISC 5, the new preclinical development or PDEV program, and significant updates to the clinical development or CLIN2 program. Immediately after that March meeting, the team moved quickly to open this set of funding opportunities in April and May. By June, we had already received over 300 pre-submissions or applications across the CLIN2, PDEV, and DISC 4 programs. Later today, the Application Review Subcommittee is going to consider funding recommendations for those first cycles of CLIN2 and PDEV. DISC 4 recommendations will be coming to the ARS in March of next year. As Maria has already mentioned, applications to Community Care Centers of Excellence came to the team in July, and the IC approved awards to 3 centers in October. At this moment, we're hard at work to launch this set of critical centers to promote access to regenerative medicines in areas of the state with unmet need. And finally, the DISC 5 program, which launched in November, is currently open to investigators pursuing foundational regenerative medicine research until January of 2026. So I'll just conclude with a preview of what will continue next year. The team is continuing to build on this suite of funding opportunities with several new programs that will come to the ICOC for consideration at meetings all throughout 2026. So it's been a true team effort, and we're looking forward to continuing next year. Thank you, JT.
Thanks, Liz.
JT, I have a question.
Yes.
As part of that, I would like to see what the plan is for the CCCE in the northern part of the state.
Yes.
Which I'm not sure has been accounted for in plans for next year. And that was something that was, it was very clear from that meeting that it was necessary and that we needed to do something about it. So it would be great to get that on the calendar.
Thank you. Thank you for that addition. Thanks, Liz. As you can see, the CIRM team writ large, board and team, accomplished a great deal this year for which we should all be very proud. In October, a delegation of about 20 Belgians representing many areas of biotechnology, industry, and academia visited CIRM. They were in California for several days as part of a new international partnership announced by Governor Newsom, which is intended to grow economic relations and advance research and innovations. At the CIRM offices, they met with Dr. Noblin, General Counsel Rafael Aguirre-Sacasa, and Senior Director of Communications, Amy Adams, who discussed CIRM's history, mission, and activities. The Belgians were highly engaged and interested, particularly in learning about CIRM's IP policies, partnership opportunities, and approaches to handling affordability challenges. One software and data modeling company is subsequently connected with Dr. Janie Byram, our Senior Science Officer for R&D Infrastructure. Their solution and product was a relevant example to the new Infra 9, or Data Science and Software Engineering concept, and was informative to learn about. On the personal front, this past quarter, I represented CIRM and spoke at a number of conferences, both in California and in Washington, D.C. In early October, I and a number of CIRM colleagues attended the annual meeting on the Mesa in Phoenix, sponsored by the Alliance for Regenerative Medicine, or ARM. That conference brings together industry, nonprofits, government officials, patient advocates, and others for a 3-day conference highlighting the progress of the regenerative medicine field. At that meeting, I spoke on a panel on alternative sources of funding, updating attendees on CIRM's story and accomplishments. The comments were well received, in particular in light of the funding uncertainties at the federal level. That proved to be a busy day, as later that afternoon, I flew to San Francisco and was interviewed in a fireside chat about non-dilutive funding at a conference sponsored by the ORIC law firm. Among other things, ORIC has long been state's bond counsel, but also has an accomplished practice in high-tech and biotechnology. The following week, I went to the annual UCSD Stem Cell Symposium and spoke at the welcoming dinner the night before honoring Denny Sanford. The symposium featured a number of talks highlighting research progress at UCSD amongst other institutions. The second morning of the conference, I was the featured guest on a Regen podcast conducted by the marketing and communication strategist of the UC San Diego Sanford Stem Cell Institute. The podcast covered a wide range of topics in the field and gave me an opportunity to discuss CIRM and its contributions, particularly in the San Diego area. In November, I attended the annual Faster Cures conference put on by the Milken Institute in Washington, D.C. That conference brings together speakers from many different walks to talk about all aspects of healthcare. Shout out here to Rosa, who did a great job as a panelist on the topic of new frameworks for agile innovation of gene editing therapy. The conference is always a great opportunity to network with experts in the fields of science, healthcare, industry, finance, and many other specialties. One of the key events of the past quarter was the Remind program meeting in early November, which brought together teams CIRM is funded in discovery research in neuropsychiatric disorders. The Remind effort was led at CIRM by Dr. Chan Lek Tan, along with a number of CIRM colleagues. I've asked Chan to give a presentation to the board to highlight this highly successful event. Chan?
Hi, thanks, JT. I'm going to share my screen now and let me know if this looks all right to you. Does this look like the right screen?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Okay, I'm going to swap. This is better?
We don't see anything.
We don't see the screen.
Share.
Oh, okay. I'm just going to. Okay, I am going to try this.
There we go.
That's good.
Now it's working. It's not in presenter mode, but
And this is,
It's in presenter mode, not display mode. There you go. There you go.
there we go. All right, thank you so much. Sorry about that. And thanks, JT. And I'm going to provide some brief updates on the Remind program meeting that we organized in October. And before I get into that, just a quick reminder of the basic discovery programs at CIRM, which aim to identify novel targets and therapeutic ideas that we can then feed into the preclinical and clinical pipeline at CIRM. And one of the key bottlenecks in drug development that we address is quite simply that we don't understand diseases well enough. And because biology is really complicated and requires multiple lines of evidence, and with a multidisciplinary approach being key. So one of our two active recurring awards that Liz had just outlined to you is the DIS4 mechanism, which supports a type of integrative multidisciplinary research that we think is key. And so just a reminder that DIS4 awards fund investigator teams of 5 or more with diverse expertise in different proposals that seek to understand disease biology. Just as an illustrative example of the interdisciplinary nature of these awards, many of these ambitious projects leverage the genomic research and stem cell models that are a key part of what we've traditionally supported at CIRM. They also integrate novel tools and technologies, make use of powerful clinical samples and data, and incorporate early translational validation and testing. And so you can find out more about this program on our website here, and I'll have a little bit more to say about this at the end. And so how does this relate to Remind? Some of you may remember that Remind was a new funding mechanism that was launched in 2024. that basically serves as a pilot program for the DIS4 framework that I just outlined. And this program was conceived in collaboration with the Neuroscience Task Force, and was specifically focused on neuropsychiatric and neurodevelopmental diseases at the time. And so with the Remind Awards, 7 awards were funded and launched, and investigators hailed from 10 California institutions, and a total of over 40 core investigators are funded by this program. And based on the success and learnings that we had from this pilot, we applied this framework into the now recurring DIS4 awards, and expanded to support disease biology research across a wider range of indications. And this is just a list of the PIs and the core teams that are involved, with the lead contact principal investigators in bold, with the rest of the core teams listed. This set of images represents a range of different disciplines, which I'll get to later, and includes both established and junior faculty. And so the Remind program meeting was really a chance to bring all of these experts together for the first time in person. And so we held a 2-day in-person meeting in October 2025 in downtown San Francisco. And the goal really was to bring everyone together for the first time to share updates on their projects and discuss areas of common interest. And before I go on, just a quick shout out to my co-organizers, Ruby Karimji and Dr. Janie Byram, as well as our event planning partner, Coast to Coast. And just when I start the photo reel going on here, hopefully this gives a sense of the event itself. This was a small event with 80 attendees, including 28 speakers and panelists, and dozens of trainees from participants. We were especially happy to be joined by board members Mark Fisher-Kobry and Dr. Keith Yamamoto, and grateful to both Rosa and JT for providing opening and closing remarks. So a general summary of the session: over the 2 days, we had 5 scientific sessions covering common approaches and technologies and biology themes of common interest, including genomics, stem cell models, neurodevelopment, protein biology, and neurophysiology. We had 2 panel discussions, including one on drug development in the CNS space, with experts speaking to the challenges and advances in different modalities, including gene therapy and small molecule development. And we had a couple of informal discussion groups covering working group topics and helping CIRM to understand particular bottlenecks in data science. Assessing the feedback from the event, I'm glad to share that the reception to the meeting was overwhelmingly positive. Besides the setting and the logistics here, some of the aspects of the program that participants highlighted as particularly valuable were the network building, particularly for trainees and also to seed future collaborations, the diversity of topics across different thematic sessions and the depth of expertise assembled. And I think most importantly, a real sense of community based on the shared goals of these different teams. It really was a forum for investigators to share unpublished findings and share common analytical tools and cell lines and other resources. And so that was really great to see. And so what are we looking forward to in 2026? We will continue with our quarterly network-wide virtual meetings. For upcoming meetings, we intend to focus on topics that we were not able to get to at the meeting itself, including patient group outreach. We will continue with working group meetings for select technology topics, starting with neurophysiology and potentially expanding to complex cell organoid models. We continue to help coordinate resource and data sharing efforts, including MTAs. And finally, we currently partner with external consortia. I want to particularly highlight the SSIgene Consortium, which was funded by the NIMH. And I had the opportunity to join the SciGene Consortium at their annual get-together in San Diego last month. Just to highlight that at one of the sessions, the Cygene Consortium invited all 7 Remind teams to introduce their projects at this event, demonstrating the clear cross-network interests and impacts across the scientific community. We had great discussions on a data integration platform, common standards, and other opportunities where the Remind network can benefit from similar efforts that have been ongoing at other consortium. And so finally, circling back to the current DIS4 awards, as Liz had already mentioned, the applications for this cycle is closed. We look forward to the GWG review in February, and we'll bring recommendations to the ARS in March 2026. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, but I'll throw it back to JT. Thanks.
Chan, I have questions. JT?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Isabel here, Chan. When I read the meeting minutes, I got very excited and said, gee, I wished I was there. So do you send a reminder, 1, out to the board, 2, out to patient advocates? Are you including patient advocates, community advocates in the invitation? This might be big, fancy new technology over our heads, but it's a good way to get in on the ground floor and start to understand or hear the language, think about, you know, that all we're talking about within our media exploration. And thirdly, I think, given our new media approaches to getting information out, I wondered if we had our communications team at the table to hear what's going on.
Yeah, I'll several pieces there. I'll take the last one first. We were happy to be joined by Amy Adams at the meeting, and so she had some great conversations with the investigators. And just on the outreach side of things, we were really happy to hear a lot of interest from the investigators to want to help us tell CIRM's story, to tell the broader story about the impact of a program like Remind and like DIS4. And maybe Amy could jump in and say a little bit more. In terms of the board member participation, we coordinated that with Scott's team, and so we were able to kind of get a gauge of how board members could participate in meetings like this. And maybe you could reach out to Scott to coordinate that. In terms of the other participation, patient groups, it's definitely interest to include that. For this first inaugural meeting, we intentionally kept it small. It was sort of a closed meeting for investigators to share scientific updates mostly. But in future cycles, definitely we would consider opening this up to a broader audience. But thanks for the question. Yeah.
I think part of this sector is the community. And therefore, I think that whether it's new and exploratory, I believe the patient advocates who represent multiple communities want to know that this exploratory science is also looking at their communities, or being aware of the diversity of interests and concerns about health. And so I think it's really, whether it's a brand new meeting, I think we should be given an opportunity to say yay or nay, that we want to be there or don't. Because that's the only way we can grow our mental capacity to understand all of this very complex science and be able to have a conversation with our communities and say, wow, there's this very cool thing that they're going to be looking at. We should be paying attention because it impacts our community.
Yeah, that's a great point. And before I hand it off to Pat and Rosa, I think many of the teams actually have community outreach as part of their projects, and we'll discuss that more as a network. But your point is well taken and very, very important. Maybe Rosa or Pat. Pat first.
Yeah, Chan, can you relate like 1 or 2 scientific highlights? I mean, the report's great, but it's very general in terms of a lot of interaction, conversation, et cetera. Were there maybe 1 or 2 specific scientific highlights that you can point to that got you or others who attended excited?
Yeah, I mean, so many to pick from. I think one particular project team that is maybe a little different from the others is the team led by Aparna Baduri at UCLA, and they work with many collaborators, including Dr. Bexy Crouch at UCSF, and they're looking at the role of metabolism and particularly the role of the blood-brain barrier. And so Dr. Crouch had reported some unique stem cell models that try to understand the specific niche represented by the blood-brain barrier and how particular risk genes could change the function there. Another one that I could highlight is the focus on protein biology, represented by Dr. Tom Nowakowski's group at UCSF, and he works closely with Dr. Nevin Krogan at the Gladstone, and they've been looking not just at the risk genes, but what the variants in the risk genes represent to protein function. And so they're doing a very high throughput, very systematic way of interrogating the changes in protein function that those variants represent and how that could lead to changes in neurodevelopment and neuronal function, for example.
Right.
And that has been pioneered before with other opportunities, and this has been an opportunity for them to scale up their efforts in a way that's really exciting.
That sounds great. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Pat. And Rosa.
Thank you, Chen. So I just wanted to thank Isabel for her feedback, and also mention that this was when we first envisioned the Remind, which is now DISC-4 in general. We had thought, we had modeled this network a little bit how the Accelerated Medicines partnerships at the NIH had been developing this kind of network, multidisciplinary, collaborative type of work. And one of the things that the meetings that these networks tend to have is usually scientific, to try to generate how to leverage each other's research and kind of like exponentially like grow. And initially, we had budgeted for a fairly small meeting that was mostly scientific in focus. Now, seeing what we have seen and gathering this invaluable feedback that we are receiving from you, we will plan and we will pivot from there. We also need to take into account that these 4 awards now contain other diseases that might not be neuropsychiatric, neurodevelopmental, and that we might expand in different ways. So it's all very important, and we will definitely figure out how to expand this meeting and have patients at the table. Just wanted to mention that. Thank you. Great job, Chen.
Great, thank you.
Okay, Jen, thank you very much. And thank you to all members of the team that worked on not just this program, but all of the Remind program and DISC-4 as it's proving to be a developing great success story. So thank you very much.
JT, may I say one last thing?
Certainly.
Thank you, Rosa. I appreciate what you're saying. I think that in this day and age, it's very critical to have the public representation, public advocates at the beginning, at the table of that science. So, because we're talking once again about public fear of science as a result of all of these mixed messages we're getting now out of Washington. So we become the bridge between those communities and the science, whether it's new, brand new, just starting, or whether it's in the middle. But we become that bridge for you to try to disseminate correct information, to try to be carriers of the right kind of information that the public needs, that our communities need to hear. So I'm of the belief that now is the time where science has to open its doors widely and let community in from the beginning, even if it's messy. But give us the privilege of being there so we can listen and say, whoa, hang on here. How's this going to impact us? How do we change? How do we talk about this with our communities? Now is the time, because there is such a disparity of support for community and language coming towards community about our worthiness. And I think CIRM needs to demonstrate something differently, that in fact, we're embracing community even closer and not pushing you away because of your diversity. So, but I think we need to be at the table from the beginning. It is something I argue at every table where there is science. I may not understand you well, but I want to try. And I want to be able to bridge to community about the goodness and the greatness of what you're trying to do.
100%, never better said. Thank you, Isabel.
Any other comments by members of the board on this presentation?
Keith has his hand raised.
Keith.
Yeah, I just want to support that, of course. You know, it's so surprising to hear you make that comment. No, you do make that comment every time, and it's always important. But I was struck in some of the actually the Krogan presentation that Jan talked about, that he is collaborating with the chair of psychiatry at UCSF, who's a fantastic investigator, and they are in looking at the protein interaction networks and flaws in them with people with autism and related diseases. It's very clear that they are actually getting to the heart of the mechanisms that cause these diseases, and the contrast between the investigation that they are carrying out and what undoubtedly is going to be really highly impactful, and what we hear from our Secretary of Health and Human Services about just reinvestigating this link to vaccines that has been disproven over and over and over again in massive studies is really striking. And and to your point, for the public to hear about that and see that there's actual tangible progress going on that looks extremely promising in being able to move to mechanism, which, as you said, Chan, is the pathway to actually move to treatments and cures, was really striking. And I think that the pathway to beginning to rebuild trust in science and its impact and its real impacts on people's health, it's really necessary to be able to present stories of this sort. And that contrast was so striking to me in hearing that story that I quite agree that being able to have the public hear this, I think would be really important. And so that kind of outreach is just continuously important, but was really striking in this case.
Thank you, Keith, and thank you, Isabel. These remarks I absolutely wholeheartedly agree with you on. And we'll certainly be working throughout the new year to make that even more realistic. Thank you. JT, I didn't presume, are you finished with your report?
I'd just like, on behalf of the CIRM team, to wish everybody happy holidays. Looking forward to 2026, and specifically to Pat to a three-peat. Mr. Chair, I'll give it back to you.
Thanks, JT. Board members, I'd like now to dispense, so as expeditiously as possible, the consent agenda, which is numbers 6 and 7. It's the consideration of minutes from our September 25th ICOC and ARS meeting and the October 30th ARS meeting, in addition to the appointments and reappointments to the grants working group. I've read these documents. I don't see anything that needs to be corrected. I will entertain a motion in a second unless anyone wants to abstract anything, to accept the consent agenda. But I do want to remind board members that item 7 includes the biographies every time we meet of the people who have joined or are being reappointed to our working groups. And if you want to be impressed with the breadth and depth of our external expertise, that's the place to go and take a look at who has agreed to work with us. So unless there are any abstractions, I'd like a motion to accept.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Thank you, Scott. Unless there's discussion, well, there can't be. You can proceed to the vote.
All right, nature of remote participation, I will have to individually call each of you that is on the Zoom. But for all those in the room in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Hi.
Opposed? And any abstentions? And I'll poll the members individually on the Zoom. Iyad Al-Masri,
Aye.
Kim Barrett,
Aye.
George Blumenthal,
Yes.
John Carruthers,
Aye.
Monica Carson,
Aye.
Judy Chow,
Aye.
Leandra Park-Harvey, Shannon Dahl,
Aye.
Anne-Marie Deliege,
Aye.
Mark Fisher Colbury,
Aye.
Elena Flowers,
Yes.
Judy Gasson,
Yes.
Rich Lahara,
Yes.
Pat Levitt,
Yes.
Hala Madna,
Abstain, I wasn't there.
Linda Malkus, Linda, Shlomo Melmed,
Yes.
Carolyn Meltzer,
Aye.
Chris Miaskowski,
Yes.
Adriana Padilla,
Yes.
Joyce Saki,
Yes.
Marv Southern. Marv,
He's right.
Yes.
thank you. Shauna Stark,
Aye.
Carol Watson, and Carol. Yael White,
Aye.
Kevin Zhu,
Aye.
Keith Yamamoto.
Yes.
Thank you.
Linda Malkus is, could not get the unmute button to unmute.
Great. Thank you very much, Linda. And the motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, let's move on to agenda item number 8, please. This is the consideration of the application submitted in response to our preclinical development program and our PDEV announcement. And I'd like to introduce for her presentation, Dr. Haley Lamb, who is the Director of Portfolio Development and Review. Haley, it's yours.
Thank you, Chairman Bassiani. Can folks see the slides?
Yes.
Fantastic. Good morning, everyone. Today I'll be presenting Grants Working Group recommendations for the inaugural PDEV Preclinical Awards. As always, we begin with our mission: accelerating world-class science to deliver transformative regenerative medicine treatments in an equitable manner to a diverse California and world. As this is the first batch of the PDEV Awards, the next couple of slides kind of give an overview of the program and design. And as Dr. Noblin kindly updated us in the President's report, the CIRM team has been actively developing and launching all the new programs to align with the strategic goals that were established last year. And you may recall approving the concept for this PDEV program back in March. And the PDEV program aligns with Goal 4, propelling 15 to 20 therapies to late-stage trials. And the major drivers for this program are to accelerate preclinical development and rapid progression to clinical trials while prioritizing therapies for Californians. So the objective of the program is here: accelerate completion of preclinical development and achieve the FDA IND clearance that will allow the start of clinical trials. A little bit about the structure of the program. It's offered twice a year and open to California-based organizations. The awards can go up to $13 million over 5 years with co-funding requirements depending on the applicant type. And we're anticipating somewhere between 12 to 21 awards annually, with the current fiscal year budget allocation of $160 million. The program has 2 entry points. Applicants can come in at what we're terming the early or the late PDEV stages. Each stage has a maximum budget and timeline of 30 months, as outlined here. But all projects for the PDEV program are expected to reach the same project outcome, which is IND clearance. The FDA would have given the green light to begin testing in humans, and the projects would be eligible for our CLIN2 program that funds clinical trials.
I want to also note that for the applicants that are requesting funding for both the early and late stage activities, we understand that this program encompasses a really wide range of activities over a 5-year period. And we want to emphasize that the CIRM team will remain actively engaged with awardees throughout the duration of the award, and in particular, at this critical transition point between this early and late stage of the award, the CIRM team will be participating in the FDA meetings and may adjust operational milestones and disbursements based on that feedback from the FDA and other experts. Transitioning now to the review process. The PDEV program utilizes what we're calling our pre-submission process, which allows the prospective applicants to submit a short form to CIRM and lowers the amount of time that it would take for prospective applicants to express their interest in applying for the program. At the same time, it allows the team to apply our program preferences to advance those projects that best align with the current CIRM goals. The top ranked projects are invited to submit a full application and go through the usual eligibility screening by CIRM and the merit review by the grants working group, the results of which are coming to this committee right now for final funding decisions. And to put some numbers on this, from this first round, we had 168 pre-submissions. 31 projects were invited to submit a full application. Our eligibility screening led to 29 that were eligible and went to the full merit review. And out of those, 13 projects were recommended for funding by the grants working group. Now, a little bit about how those recommendations came about. The panel is composed of 3 different types of members and includes scientific and technical experts, as well as our board member, patient advocates, and nurses. The expertise spans disease areas that are relevant for the specific applications, regulatory science, manufacturing experts, product development, and of course, our patient advocate perspectives, providing a comprehensive evaluation of each application. The scoring system that is used for this program is aligned with all of our other scientific programs using a 1 to 100 scale. A score of 85 and above is a recommendation for funding and indicates exceptional merit. Any score that is below 85 is not recommended for funding. And reviewers are encouraged to use a full range of scores to reflect their enthusiasm for a given project. The scientific score is a singular holistic score that reflects the recommendation of the GWG based on the following review criteria. There's 5 key criteria: value proposition, rationale, the plan and design of what they propose to do, the team and resources, and population impact. I would also like to note that access and affordability, which addresses our strategic goal 5, is incorporated into the application process for the PDEV program. The applicants present forward-looking plans for access and affordability at this stage, and this is assessed by the grants working group and can inform funding recommendations. The activities at the PDEV stage include market landscape analysis and reimbursement strategy development. And moving on to the recommendations, this table summarizes the combined funding recommendations of the grants working group as well as the CIRM team. The CIRM team is recommending funding for the first 12 applications that are recommended by the grants working group. I would like to also note, and please to keep in mind, that this will use over 117 million of the 160 million budget allocated for this fiscal year. So that would leave 42.4 million for the second round, which will come to you in April of 2026. The board may wish to discuss at a future meeting putting a cap on 80 million for each round of fund to avoid expending a disproportionate amount of the allocated budget in the first funding round. A note about the minority reports. Under Prop 14, we provide minority reports for any applications where 35% or more of the grants working group members score an application 85 or above, but is not recommended for funding. No applications qualified for a minority report in this round. And finally, the CIRM team recommendation rationale. The team concurs with the grants working group recommendations to fund the top 12 ranked application with 85 or higher. However, the team recommends to not fund PDEV 19139. This application proposes a stem cell-based therapy for Canavan disease, and the memo describes all of the factors that were considered in this decision. But just to summarize briefly here, the team recommendation rested on the following key factors. There are 2 off-the-shelf gene therapies targeting this disease that are currently in clinical trials with some interim results published. And the proposed therapy involves a complex manufacturing process and invasive surgery, raising some concerns about access and affordability. And finally, despite NIH funding, IND clearance has not yet been achieved. And with that, I will display here the list of board members with conflicts of interest on 1 or more applications. If they can recuse themselves from discussion and decisions, it would be much appreciated. And then I'll hand it back to Chair Imbasiani.
Thank you, Haley. That was a very clear presentation. Let me make a few remarks first, and then I'm going to ask Scott to just refine conflict of interest. This is a large, possibly complicated presentation. General remarks, the value for your interest, the value of all the applications submitted is $274 million. Our budget for 25-26 is $160 million. The GWG recommended 13 grants coming to a few pennies shy of 122 million, but the team is recommending 12 of those 13 for a total of 117.5 million, leaving only $42.41 million for April's round 2. That's the financial gestalt, if you will, of where we are. Before I ask for a motion, I'm going to ask Scott to refine the COI discussion.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think many of you are familiar with this drill. When we have a program that is what we call oversubscribed, meaning we have greater demand in the applications pending than there is budget for, we cautiously advise members to not participate if they have a conflict as to any application until such time as their application is disposed of in one form or another. And the budget of remaining applications is less than, or I should say, yes, the budgets of the remaining applications is less than what the overall program budget allows. So I will help us through this as the motions progress. But at this point, any member who has a conflict as to any application should refrain from either making or seconding a motion or participating in the discussion of any motion until I give you the green light further along in this process. So in terms of the members of the ARS who are present today, those are Bonneville, Dahl, Derone, Flowers, Miaskowski, and Watson.
So, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
could I ask Scott
Yeah.
for clarification for the listening public, or at least so it's out there? A lot of times I don't think they understand what conflict of interest really is about, because there's perhaps a great assumption that we're involved in the research that's being funded, when in fact we're miles away from, so we happen to be aligned in other work with the same institution, which is what creates some of that conflict for us, or why we really want to stay far away from any conflict. Can you explain it maybe a little more smartly than I?
Well, I think I take your point, and it's a very good one, because our own COI policies prohibit members of the board from being on a grant or receiving any funds under a grant. And if there were to be a researcher join the board, they would have to relinquish their CIRM award if they had one. So the types of conflicts of interest that these entail are very sort of run-of-the-mill COI situation that apply to public officials all throughout the state. So you may have some financial relationship with an institution that's entirely independent of research or the work that we fund. And so nevertheless, that constitutes or may constitute a conflict. And so the rules that we apply are the same that are applied throughout the state.
I appreciate that, because sometimes I think the public doesn't really know exactly what that pathway is. And so it's always good to clarify oneself, including for myself, when you keep telling me it's a conflict, and I said, why?
It's
What am I doing?
these rules are not all ours, so it's a rather arcane set of rules, but I thank you for the opportunity to address that.
Judy, do I see your hand raised? Is it a process question?
No.
Judy?
Oh, it's not.
Judy Cho.
I'm just not seeing the names correctly. I'm sorry. This isn't the time for public comment yet.
No.
Because we don't have a motion on the floor. So the members of the public who would like to speak, don't go away. So in furthering, once again, we have 29 applications. The team is recommending the top 12, 17 are not being recommended for funding. In furtherance of everything that Scott, with Isabel's clarifications, has just said, I would like to have a motion to simplify this by asking, I would like someone to move that we not fund those applications that were not recommended for funding by the team.
By the team, okay.
Yes.
So that includes 19139. Okay.
Moved. No, that was not recommended by the team.
That was Mark. Yeah.
Yeah. Do I usually find the request? No, okay, good. Was that move, Marvin, you moved?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Okay, Marguerite has seconded. So the floor is open to discussion. Remember, the issue here basically is, does anyone want to consider funding anything in this, this group of applications that were not recommended? If not, we're going to vote and put them aside. I only see one thumbnail up there.
We're just looking for board members at the moment.
Yes. Mhm. I don't see any requests to speak from board members. Is there any member of the public that wants to?
Yes. I would like to speak.
Okay, just one moment.
We're working on the logistics. Hold on one second.
All right. Okay, so everyone on the slide should be able to see the cover that Haley is displaying. So public comment applies to all the applications under that peach color and lower. So public comment is open for the applications 19139 and below. So I will call your names based on hands raised. Everyone will have 3 minutes. We do keep time. You will see a timer on your Zoom, and we will enforce that time and mute you once your time is up. So the first speaker will be Yan Hong Shi for application 19139, to be followed by Kiana McBride. Dr. Shi, you have the floor.
Dear respected board members, this is Yan Hong Shi from City of Hope, asking you to consider funding my application PDAP 19139. I thank GWG for acknowledging the feasibility and the clinical potential for our project and the recommendation for funding. Our project would be the only project on caravan disease within the CIRM portfolio, and it will address a critical unmet need for a fatal neurological disorder that has neither a standard treatment nor approved therapy. Currently, only an AAV-based direct gene therapy approach is being clinically evaluated for this disease in 2 ongoing trials, but one has showed no significant improvement in gross motor function in a recent interim report, and the long-term effects remain to be determined for both. Therefore, developing additional therapeutic approaches is essential if we are to find a cure for this disease and give options to patients. Our combined cell and gene therapy approach offers several advantages over the approach in that the transgene can be more stably expressed and the cells can have a sustained presence in patients. Therefore, only a single dose will likely be needed for our approach, unlike AAV-based therapy, which may need repeated doses to have a continued effect. As noted in the letter from our neurosurgeon, the planned surgical procedure for delivery is a routine procedure for many neurosurgeons, and it has been used to deliver stem cell therapies to the brains of patients with other neurological disorders safely. To increase the accessibility of our product to patients, we followed the recommendation of a patient advocate to switch the starting material for iPS manufacturing from skin to blood samples. Although this actual work increased our timeline for IND application, it enhanced the relevance of our research to Californian patients and will benefit our future trial. We've now obtained FDA approval to start manufacturing from blood and finish the full qualification run. The product meets all release criteria. Therefore, we are confident that we will be able to use the requested sum funds to advance the product to the IND efficiently. Again, I'd like to thank CIRM for the previous support of this work, the positive review, and the fundable score. On behalf of Californian patients, I hope you will approve our proposal for funding. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shi. Next, we have for public comment, Kiana McBride, also on application 19139, to be followed by Megan Rockwell. Kiana, you have the floor. Oh, I'm sorry, you're still on mute.
Kiana, you're on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. My name is Kiana McBride. For the last week, I've been trying to find the right words to say to convince you all that my son's life is worth saving. I'm speaking in support of PDEV 19139 because my incredible little boy here, Dallas, has Canavan disease, which, as you know, is a rare and devastating neurological disorder. Every day I watch my son fail to do the things that most parents take for granted, the ability to move, to speak, to eat on his own. I've never heard my son say, "I love you, Mommy." There is no cure for Canavan disease. And yes, there are 2 ongoing clinical trials. But 12 days ago, Dallas was officially excluded from being eligible for both of those gene therapy trials simply because he turned 5 years old. Now, for a while, I thought that gene therapy could maybe help him, but unfortunately, those results of those trials have been mixed. The children have shown some slight clinical improvement, but many have shown none. And due to the lack of consistent and meaningful improvement from those trials, I no longer feel the risks outweigh the benefits. For Dallas and many other families with Canavan disease children 5 years older or older, there is no hope. And that's why I'm here today. Dr. Yan-Hong Shi's research is our last hope and our only hope. Her proposed therapy combines both gene and cell therapy, and it doesn't just add a healthy gene. It treats a child with their own healthy cells that have the power to repair the brain, that can restore some of what's already been lost, which is the only way to improve their quality of life without prolonging their suffering. More importantly, her trial includes Dallas and children up to 16 years of age. Children that are older than 5 are still dying because they've been left behind from these other studies. Dr. Shi's research truly gives my son and others like him a second chance at life. The hardest part of this journey has been watching my child fade away while simultaneously putting all of my hope and faith into Dr. Shi's research, praying that the only thing that was working against us was time, only to find out that funding was denied. Dr. Shi's work gives me hope that Dallas's life can mean more than just his disease and that he isn't just going to die, that his contribution to this research might make a difference in not only his life, but in the lives of others, so they don't suffer like we have. I know there are questions about cost, but to put that into perspective, in the last year alone, my son's healthcare spending is over $1 million. So a therapy like this could not only save money, it could save lives. On behalf of Dallas, my family, and every child that deserves a future, I support PDEV 19139. Don't let this chance slip away. Someday he might be able to say, Mommy, I love you, but we'll never know if we don't get the opportunity to try. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kiana, for sharing your story and analysis. The next speaker will be Megan Rockwell, also for 19139, to then be followed by Ellen Wagner, who will be speaking on another application. Megan, you have the floor.
Hi, I'm speaking on behalf of application PDEV 13139. Good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity. My name is Megan, and I am mother of two beautiful girls with Canavan disease. Tobin is 8, and Adley will be 2 on the 16th. As we know, Canavan disease is a devastating neurological disorder. It takes the children's strength, mobility, and independence, and it continues to progress every day, and there's currently no cure. My younger daughter, Adley, received gene therapy through the Myrtle trial in April of 2023. We are grateful she had access to it, but I want to be honest, it was not a cure, and she is still very symptomatic, and we continue to face the reality that one therapeutic approach is not enough for this disease. My older daughter, Tobin, has no treatment options at all. At 8 years old, she is considered too old for the Myrtle trial, and the other trial with Aspa Therapeutics, which is also for younger children, they require children to have both gene mutations. When my girls were diagnosed, one of their mutations was still unknown, and we knew from the beginning this was not an option for us. Even though Tobin is still fighting every single day and could benefit from an approach that includes children beyond infancy, families like mine live in the painful gap between what exists and what is urgently needed. We have been holding on to hope for Tobin since she was 3 months old, only for her to get passed over because of age and an unknown mutation. This is why Dr. Shee's research is so important. Her combined stem cell and gene therapy approach offers something different, not just the delivery of a functional gene, but also the regenerative potential of stem cell. This is the type of innovation that could finally reach children like Tobin and strengthen outcomes for children like Adley who still struggle after gene therapy. Your own scientific review committee has already recognized an exponential merit in this work. What families like mine are asking today is that you allow this research to continue so that every child, not only the youngest ones, have a chance at a better outcome. My daughters deserve more than symptom management. They deserve a possibility of a real progress that Dr. Shee's work offers. And Dr. Shee's work offers that hope. Thank you for considering this project, and thank you for listening to families who live this reality every day. If you have the time, I really encourage you to search on Facebook or Instagram #Canavan disease, and you will see all the children that still need hope, including Tobin and Adley. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Megan, for sharing your story and Adley's and Tobin's. Our next speaker will be Ellen Wagner on application 19136, to be followed by Kyle Ford on application 19165. Ellen, you have the floor.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Ellen Wagner, and I'm the mother of Tim, who was diagnosed with Duchenne muscular dystrophy more than 20 years ago. 8 years ago, he passed away. When Tim was diagnosed, we were told he would likely lose the ability to walk before his teenage years, lose the use of his arms soon after, and would probably not live beyond his early 20s, all of which was true. Most families facing Duchenne still hear versions of those same predictions today. Despite real advances in care and disease understanding, this remains a devastating, progressive, and fatal disease. Like so many parents, I became an advocate out of necessity. Families face enormous physical, emotional, and financial challenges as our sons grow weaker with time. We search for specialists, learn the science, and fight for every opportunity that might give a better future. That path led me to the nonprofit Parent Project Muscular Dystrophy, first as a board member and now as a part of their staff. Over the past 20 years, a few therapies have been FDA approved, but none meaningfully changes the trajectory of the disease. Most individuals with Duchenne will still lose muscle function year after year and die in young adulthood. What we've learned is that restoring dystrophin, the missing protein, is essential if we want to significantly slow or stop this decline. This is why I'm here to support Myogene's proposal, IND-enabling activities for a gene editing therapy for Duchenne muscular dystrophy. PDEV 19136 that is under consideration for CIRM funding. This is one of the most promising approaches we've seen for Duchenne. While other therapies, such as antisense oligonucleotides, can restore some dystrophin, they require weekly infusions, have limited efficiency, and each drug only treats a very small subset of patients. In contrast, MyoDis 45-55 is designed as a one-time treatment that could benefit up to half of all individuals with Duchenne, which is an unprecedented reach for personalized genetic therapy. PPMD has supported this platform from the beginning when it was first developed at UCLA by Dr. Courtney Young, who created it in part to help her own cousin with Duchenne, and she has built safety considerations into every stage of its design. Myogene is working to translate this therapy responsibly with an emphasis on minimizing risk while addressing the root cause of disease. We are deeply grateful for CIRM's investments in Duchenne research to date. Today, we ask you to continue that leadership by supporting this program. It offers families something we have never had before, the possibility of a safe, effective, one-time gene editing therapy that can reach a broad portion of the community. Our families don't have the luxury of time. We need options that truly change the future for our sons. I urge you to support Myogene's proposal and help move this therapy one step closer to the patients who desperately need it. Thank you. And thank you on behalf of Pat Furlong, who wasn't here today.
Thank you so much, Alan, for your comments on 19136. And next up, you have Kyle Ford on 19165. Kyle, you have the floor.
Hi, I'm Kyle Ford, and I'm part of the proposing team for PDEV 19165. And I'd like to speak a little bit about why I feel that this technology is really critical for CIRM to fund and for the DMD community at large. And so largely this is based on our ability to target muscle far better than existing AAV and other gene delivery approaches. So we've developed an AAV capsid that enables massive liver detargeting, addressing one of the key safety issues with existing DMD therapies, as well as orders of magnitude improved muscle targeting. So both improved safety and also potentially improved efficacy. And this has enabled us to feel could be a best-in-class one-time DMD treatment. And this is incredibly critically important for the DMD community because existing treatments have had many clinical challenges in recent years, causing a reduced amount of private capital in the DMD space, making it extremely important for organizations like CIRM to step in and fill that gap. I feel that by addressing the primary challenge with DMD therapies, getting the genetic material to the muscle and avoiding liver toxicity, we really can provide a path forward for DMD patients throughout the state of California, as well as the United States. And I also want to highlight that CIRM's portfolio has very few late-stage translational DMD projects. As far as I'm aware, there's only one other late-stage translational DMD project that has been funded by CIRM. This is important for DMD patients and represents an opportunity to really step in and fill the gap that that private capital has left in terms of developing effective DMD therapies. And thank you for your time, and thank you for all the work that folks at CIRM do to push therapies forward.
Thank you so much, Kyle, for providing a public comment. Vito, there are no additional hands raised from the public.
Okay. Hey, thank you, Claudette, for managing that. So board members, the motion on the table, once again, is not to fund the all the applications that are on the screen in front of you. If anyone wants to consider funding one of those applications, the best, simplest mechanism for doing so would be to amend the motion. I'm just going to give you a moment to think about that. Okay, great. We've had a discussion by the board, discussion by the public, and we can proceed to a vote then, Scott.
Marguerite?
We can't, your screen's not moving, just so you know.
No, yeah, I'm gonna stop it for now. Hold on a minute. Come back.
Margaret Casillas,
Aye.
Judy Chow,
Aye.
Leandra Clark Harvey,
Aye.
Anne Marie DeLiege,
Aye.
Mark Fisher Colbury,
Aye.
Vito Bassiani,
Aye.
Rich Lahara,
Aye.
Adriana Padilla,
Yes.
Marv Souther,
Yes.
Yael White,
Keep unmuting.
Yes.
thank you, Kevin Jew.
Aye.
Thank you, and that motion carries. Going forward now in the discussion, ARS members Flowers, Miaskowski, and Watson may participate in the discussion and may make or second any motions.
Thank you, Scott. So now we're left with the applications that were recommended by the team. There are 12 of them. The chair would like to entertain a motion to accept the recommendation of the team and to fund these applications.
So moved.
Marvin.
Marv,
And Marguerite seconds. Thank you very much. The floor is open for discussion to board members first. And does any member of the public want to speak to this motion?
There are no hands raised, Peter.
Okay, thank you, Claudette. Scott, we may proceed again to a vote.
all right, so for the vote for these, for members Bonneville, Dahl, and Derone, you'll answer aye or nay, except with respect to those applications with which you have a conflict. Okay,
There is a hand raised on a phone line. Just
Hand raised.
All right, we're checking. Thank you.
We do have a phone number that we see, a 607-215. I will unmute you to see if this is a comment for this particular motion.
Okay. Could the speaker, when unmuted, please identify themselves?
You will need to click the button to unmute.
I can't find the icon to raise my hand, but may I speak?
Okay,
Well-
sorry. Okay.
We hear you.
Okay, we hear you. All right, Bertha, you're welcome to take the floor first as we work on unmuting another member of the public. So Bertha, you have 3 minutes. You will see a time. We will enforce the time. The floor is yours now.
Thank you very much. My name is Bertha Chen, and I am the principal investigator for proposal 19131, titled Autologous iPSC-derived Regenerative Smooth Muscle Cells for Treatment of Urinary Incontinence. I'd like to thank the committee for taking the time to be here. I am a physician scientist with a clinical practice in urogynecology and pelvic reconstructive surgery. My research on the causes of urinary incontinence has led my team to understand that a pluripotent stem cell-based therapy is needed to overcome the limitations of the current surgical and non-surgical treatments for urinary incontinence. A goal of CIRM 2.0 is to support development of therapies that reach broad populations. Urinary incontinence affects a large and diverse patient population with greater than 2/3 of the burden being borne by women. Further, the incidence of urinary incontinence is expected to increase with increase in the aging population. It is a debilitating condition associated with poor quality of life, loss of productivity, and shame. Current treatments are inadequate and prone to failure. Therefore, an efficacious treatment would have a huge impact on women's health and well-being. We have already had a pre-IND meeting and funding for a proposal in this cycle will allow my team to obtain IND clearance and bring this treatment to clinical trials without delay. Our project also has the benefit that we have industry support that will help us perform the clinical trials as soon as we complete the pre-IND meeting. I'd like to thank the committee for your consideration.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chen, for your comments on 19131. So it does look like the phone number is unmuted. So phone number 607-215. The floor is yours. You have 3 minutes. If you could please identify the application number, the floor is now yours.
Hey, good afternoon. This is Rich Horgan. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you for taking the time to review our grant. This is in reference to PDEV 19152. Respect the time given here. Just want to make a couple of comments on our application. I'm the founder and CEO of Cure Rare Disease, a submitting organization. One comment just broadly is in speaking to hundreds of patients with limb-girdle muscular dystrophy 2I or R9 as it's more recently called, this is a patient population that really is in dire need for an effective therapeutic. While there is one, if not at least one in the United States, clinical trial for this, the current product in clinical trial uses first generation capsid. And one of the biggest learnings in speaking to these dozens, hundreds of patients is that there's real concern over the first generation class of AAVs due to some of the toxicities mentioned on this call earlier. And so a strong point I wanted to get across is the patient demand for safer delivery vehicles, one that we're using which radically detargets the liver and therefore is, at least in large animals, potentially translatable and safer for human patients. My second comment is one of the feedback points was that CMC costs were believed to be low. I would just like to reaffirm that we provided a quote directly from the CDMO, so that's a real quote, that we're ready, prepared, and excited to begin scale up and execution of pending award of this grant. So just a couple comments. Big need for this community. I think there's a couple other patient advocates on the call related to this as well. My last message is we're trying to make this accessible. This era of multi-million-dollar gene therapies, I personally don't believe is sustainable. And so we've made that commitment to provide this therapeutic, assuming commercialization at cost plus, which should put it below $1 million per patient. This is something that's core to our values and our principles at Cure Rare Disease as a nonprofit biotech. Again, in the essence of easing the reimbursement process with payers and frankly just making this accessible to more people despite their socioeconomic background or their healthcare plans. So really appreciate the time and look forward to the impending vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Rich, for your comments on 19152. Vito, there are no additional hands raised.
Great, thank you. Then I think we take up where we left off, Scott, right? With the
Correct. And the motion was to fund the applications as recommended by the team. For members Bonneville, Dahl, and Jerome, you will be answering as I instructed earlier, except for those applications with which you have a conflict. So Maria, let's kick it off.
Yes, except for those with which I have a conflict.
Thank you. Marguerite Casillas.
Yes.
Judy Chow.
Yes.
Leandra Clark Harvey.
Yes.
Shannon Dahl.
Yes, except with those applications with which I have a conflict.
Great, thank you. Anne-Marie Deliege.
Yes.
Isabel Derone.
Yes, except for those with which I have a conflict.
Thank you. Mark Fisher Colbury.
Yes.
Elena Flowers.
Yes.
Vito Massiani.
Yes.
Rich Lahara.
Yes.
Chris Miaskowski.
Yes.
Adriana Padilla.
Yes.
Joe Panetta. Marv Southard.
Yes.
Thank you. Carol Watson.
Yes.
Thank you. Yael White.
Yes.
Thank you. Kevin Zhu.
Yes.
Thank you, Kevin. And the motion carries.
Yeah, thanks, Scott. Continuing on in the same vein, the ARS, we're going to consider applications now submitted in response to our CLIN2 program. And the presentation will be made by Dr. Gil Sombrano, our Vice President for Portfolio Development and Review.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to set this in presentation mode. Do I need to swap displays or does it?
Click the start. Yeah. Thank you.
It looks correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, so good morning, everyone, members of the board, members of the public, CIRM colleagues. I'm here to present to you the recommendations from the grants working group as it relates to the CLIN 2 program. Our mission, as stated earlier, is to accelerate world-class science to deliver transformative regenerative medicine treatments in an equitable manner to a diverse California and world. And this being our mission, we have also, as has been described previously, set up a number of strategic goals that will maximize our impact and allow us to achieve this mission. And the CLIN 2 program itself supports several of these goals, but in particular, goal 4, which is to propel 15 to 20 therapies targeting diseases affecting Californians to late-stage trials. And ultimately, what we want to see is the approval of some of these therapies so that they are available for patients. So with that, and aligned with that, the objective of this CLIN 2 program is to support the completion of an interventional phase 1, 2, or 3 trial for any innovative stem cell-based or genetic therapy that addresses an unmet need, and with a potential to for transformative benefits to patients, families, and the healthcare system. I do want to highlight a few things with the CLIN 2 program. I know that you've been used to seeing us present a lot related to the clinical trials that come through the CLIN 2 program. But I think, as was mentioned by Liz earlier, we did a revamp of this program in order to adjust it and align it with our strategic goals. And so some of the things that we did are listed here. And so just very briefly, we've moved to a more competitive evaluation of applications with each cycle. In the past, we were assessing each application that came to us independently. We are now considering each cohort together and having a competition between these applications to determine which are the best of these. And aligned with that, we've changed the scientific scoring to adopt the 1 to 100 scale to help us rank the applications better than we did in the past. We are now doing 4 cycles per year, as opposed to the 11 or 12 that we did in the past. We have also updated the scientific review criteria to align with the strategic goals. We have added an access and affordability proposal and evaluation component, which I will speak about a little bit later, and also introduced program preferences for the CLIN 2 qualification process step, and those have been established and applied for this program. So those are the key differences in going into this new set of CLIN 2 cycles. This is just an overall table describing the program structure for the awards and for the program. It's expected, as mentioned, to happen 4 times per year, for 4 cycles per year. The award is a 4-year award. It is open to both California and non-California organizations. For the non-California organizations, the activities that are paid for are those that are conducted in California. There are co-funding requirements that vary depending on the stage of the project and whether the applicant is for-profit or nonprofit. And also the maximum award amount differs depending on the stage and the for-profit status of the organization. The range of the awards are from 8 million to 15 million in terms of a cap. We anticipate funding 9 to 16 awards per year on a regular basis. The projection was based on the highest amount of 9 times 15 million. The annual budget allocation we have for this first fiscal year of 135 million. So on to the review process itself. So this is conducted in 4 stages. Yes?
Sorry about that. I just wanted to clarify, just based on an exchange you and I had yesterday, there are only 3 cycles this year. I just don't want to mislead anyone for this fiscal year. Is that correct? That there are only 3
So
cycles?
for this, so since we started a little bit late this fiscal year, we're going to have 3 cycles that the 135 million will cover.
Great.
But
Thank you.
future fiscal years are 4.
Thank you.
Yeah, you bet. So the review process is illustrated here. The process begins with the submission of the full application, in which we then look at those applications that go through what we call qualification, where we apply the CLIN 2 preferences as well as value proposition. So this is conducted both by CIRM staff to assess the alignment with the preferences, and if needed, the grants working group helps us break ties wherever that may be necessary by assessing the value proposition. The goal is to select the top 7 applications and advance those into what is generally the routine eligibility, merit review, and so on. So those top 7 are go through a more in-depth eligibility review. Those that are accepted, which at that point all of those generally are, go to the merit review by the grants working group to do the assessment. Okay. The panel of the grants working group is composed of the following groups. So the scientific grants working group members, which provide the scientific evaluation and ultimately provide the final scores that you see as it relates to these applications. We also have our grants working group board members that provide the patient perspective and significance and potential impact and oversight on the process. We also invite as needed scientific specialists to cover any specialized areas of expertise. And then we've introduced access and affordability experts that provide their assessment of the access and affordability. And I'll tell you a little bit more about that in just a second. But this is what the group is composed of, but the scores come from the scientific members. So the scoring system uses, as mentioned earlier, a 1 to 100 scale. Scores between 85 and 100 means that the application is deemed to have exceptional merit and warrant funding, whereas applications that receive a score of 1 to 84 are not recommended for funding. The scoring overall is intended to be holistic based upon all of the facets of the expert review and the criteria that I will share with you. And the grants working group are encouraged to make full use of the scoring range to signal their enthusiasm. So these are the review criteria that are utilized to determine the score, the overall value proposition of the project, the scientific rationale, ensuring that this makes sense and is appropriate and has the background data to support it, the project plan and design, the project team and resources, and the overall population impact to ensure that the project has considered the impact of the proposed therapy across all of the affected populations. So the access affordability element, as mentioned, is new. It speaks to our goal to ensure that every BLA-ready program, once they get there, has a strategy for access and affordability. So at the CLIN 2 stage, we ask them to provide their proposal for activities they intend to conduct during the course of the award and beyond, but also to summarize what they have done thus far. And so based on that information, we have reviewers who with expertise in access and affordability who evaluate this element of the application. They are then invited to the grants working group meeting to present their evaluation and share that with the grants working group so that if there are elements that could impact on the grants working group review criteria that they can apply it. But in general, the access and affordability evaluations are intended to be a guide that we share with the applicant and ultimately awardee if they're successful, with the hopes that that guides the activities that they do during the course of the award and afterwards. So for a lot of the early stage trials and proposals that we get, most of those deficiencies that are identified are things that they will likely be able to address during the award period. All right, so this is a summary of the Grants Working Group recommendations for the applications that were reviewed by the Grants Working Group. There were 6. One of the applications fell out due to a late eligibility issue. 3 of the applications were recommended for funding, and 3 were not by the Grants Working Group. And so the funds available for 3 cycles, as mentioned earlier, is $135 million. The 3 recommended by the Grants Working Group would use up about $35 million. In terms of minority report, as mentioned by Haley as well, that happens when an application is not recommended for funding, but has 35% or more of the members scoring to fund the application. We had no CLIN 2 applications that qualified for a minority report for this cycle. Okay, so here's a summary of the 4 applications, the top 4 scoring applications and the team recommendations. And so the team recommendation is to fund the 3 that are recommended by the Grants Working Group, but in addition to also fund CLIN 2 19061. And the total of the 4 applications would be about $43 million. In terms of the budget. So that's about a third or just under a third of the total annual allocation for which we have 3 cycles. So a little on the rationale for why it is that we are recommending 19061. This is a proposal that for a gene therapy, an AAV expressing FIG4 transgene, to address a disease termed Charcot-Marie-Tooth disease, or CMT4J. And so some of the considerations that went into it are detailed in the memo that we provided to you that has some of these elements highlighted just in more detail. But briefly, CIRM's active PDEV and CLIN 2 portfolio currently contain no awards that address this disease. The proposed therapy represents a novel modality in terms of the external landscape. There is one known phase 2 clinical trial that addresses a different type of CMT, but no approved treatments exist for CMT4J at this time. This application is also a progression from a previously CIRM-funded CLIN 1 award. And we noted that many of the concerns that were raised from the Grants Working Group are readily addressable and would not prevent the project from achieving success. And among some of those concerns were related to the access and affordability. And as I mentioned just a moment ago, our goal with the access and affordability evaluation is really to guide the applicants. It is not intended to be punitive to the extent that we can avoid that. We want it to be an opportunity for applicants to learn and set themselves up for success as they approach and get close to a BLA if they are able to get there. All right, so those are the recommendations from the CIRM team. This is just a slide to remind folks of those who have a conflict of interest with one or more of the CLIN 2 applications that are being considered. So with that, I will stop the presentation, and then I will show you the Excel spreadsheet and back to Chairman Vito Imbasciani.
Thank you, Gil, for the presentation. Before I ask for a motion, I'd like to see the spreadsheet again. We're going to take these recommendations from the team in order, one by one. It'll require 4 votes. Here we go. And I don't see any reason why we can't do them in descending order. The first one is CLIN 2-19068. Once again, I'd like a member of the board to move or to second accepting the recommendation to fund this application.
So moved. Second.
We have a movement second. Thank you so much. Discussion open to board members? And to members of the public.
No hands
And
raised.
we see no hands raised for either. Okay, Scott, I think we can proceed.
Maria Bonneville,
Yes.
Marguerite Casillas. Thank you. Judy Chow,
Yes.
Leandra Clark Harvey,
Yes.
Shannon Dahl,
Yes.
Anne Marie DeLiege,
Yes.
Isabel Derone,
Yes.
Mark Fisher Colbury,
Yes.
Elena Flowers,
Yes.
Vito Imbasciani,
Yes.
Rich Lahara,
Yes.
Chris Miaskowski,
Yes.
Adriana Padilla,
Yes.
Marv Southern.
Yes.
Thank you, Marv. Carol Watson,
Yes.
Yael White,
Yes.
Evan Ju.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries.
Thank you, Scott. The second application is CLIN 2-18731. Related to Dravet syndrome. Once again.
May I just note for the record first that members present from the ARS who are in conflict with this application are members Derone, Flowers, and Miaskowski.
Thank you. We have a movement to accept the recommendation from Marguerite. Thank you.
Second.
And second from Maria. Thank you. Any discussion from members of the board on this item? Or from the members of the public, Claudette, sorry.
There are no hands raised.
There are no hands raised. Once again, Scott. Yeah.
Bonneville,
Yes.
Casillas, Chow,
Yes.
thank you. Clark Harvey,
Yes.
Dahl,
Yes.
DeLiege,
Yes.
Fisher Colbury,
Yes.
Imbasciani,
Yes.
Lahara,
Yes.
Padilla,
Bring that back to a conversation, like, here's 3 organizations that are.
Adriana Padilla,
Yes.
thank you. Marv Southern,
Great.
And yes.
thank you. Watson,
Yes.
White,
Yes.
and Ju.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Motion carries.
Motion carries. Thank you. The third application of 4 is CLIN 2-18595. And it is related to Huntington's disease.
And the member in conflict from the ARS is member Watson.
So, like a movement to accept, please.
Moves.
Thank you, Marguerite.
Second.
And Maria has seconded. Once again, discussion on the application from board members or from the public, Claudette. Any hands raised?
No hands raised.
No hands are raised. Okay. Scott's pen is on fire.
Maria Bonneville,
Yes.
Marguerite Casillas.
Yes.
Judy Chow,
Yes.
Leandra Clark Harvey,
Yes.
Shannon Dahl,
Yes.
Anne Marie DeLiege,
Yes.
Isabel Derone,
Yes.
Mark Fisher Colbury.
Yes.
Elena Flowers,
Yes.
Vito Imbasciani.
Yes.
Rich Lahara,
Yes.
Chris Miaskowski,
Yes.
Adriana Padilla,
Yes.
Marv Southern,
Yes.
Yael White,
Yes.
and Kevin Ju.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion carries, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. And our fourth and final application is CLIN 19061 related to Charcot-Marie-Tooth disease. Recommended by the team for funding. Do I have a motion?
And the members in conflict are members Dahl and Jerome.
I'll move to,
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second. Thank you. Is there any discussion on this fourth and last application?
Anne Marie and Pat.
Anne Marie and Pat.
And Mark.
Okay, we'll do it in order. Anne Marie followed by Pat and Mark. So Anne Marie, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. It's unusual, as far as I remember, for the CIRM team to recommend for funding an application that didn't have sufficient score as evaluated by the grants working group. And here the median score is 80. Can we get some explanation as to why we shouldn't ask this team to resubmit an application later with taking into account the comments from the grants working group and presenting a proposal with a better score, rather than approving this one, hoping that they will address their score and the questions raised by the grant working group anyway.
Thank you, Anne Marie. Dr. Sombrano, do you want to take a stab at?
Yes, no, thank you, Anne Marie, for the question. So we look at all of the applications that score at least an 80 with a little bit more in-depth analysis. And one of the things that we identified about this application is that overall the grants working group had a very positive review of the application. And the concerns that they had were related to some of the gaps in their CMC plan and the lack of detail as it related to the access and affordability plan. So we felt that those elements were quite readily addressable. They certainly could go back and rewrite the application with those elements improved. On the other hand, we also felt that this is just something that was not absolutely necessary. I think the team has also, I think in a letter they provided, already addressed many of the CMC related issues. And as I mentioned, the access and affordability element, which is a new element, is intended to be more of a guidance to the awardee rather than it being punitive. And so for those reasons, along with the fact that this application does represent a progression from a CLIN 1 award, that this would be advancing. So meaning we have experience with this particular applicant and their existing project already. And the fact that it is something that would fit within our portfolio, because we don't currently otherwise have anything in this, were factors that went into making the recommendation to support it.
Thank you. This addressed my concerns appropriately. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Okay, Dr. Levitt, you're next.
Well, Gil, they don't address my concerns because issues around CMC and affordability and accessibility are not trivial. And I just sort of have, I'm uncomfortable with the range of scores was low. There was one score above 85 that as the high, scores in the 70s. I don't have the reviews. I can't read, I don't have access to the reviews. But there are decisions made. We've made decisions as a board with individuals who have applied, who have had history with CIRM, who have had issues that the GWB points out, and we've been pretty straightforward about asking them to come back with an improved application. And I think the presumed challenge, the challenges that you mentioned, manufacturing, that's not trivial, and what we're going to be asked to fund here, or what the board is going to be asked to fund here. So I'm not comfortable with this decision, considering the scores and considering the specific areas that you noted the GWG raising.
May I add something, Gil or Scott? I don't know if I'm allowed.
I think Vito is,
Sorry.
who should go?
Yeah, can I?
We're not hearing, I don't know if they're on.
Yeah.
No.
Mark? Mark, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Okay, great.
Yeah, the floor is yours.
I'm going to lower my hand, so because the primary question was asked, and so I think it's important to get a follow-up response. So thank you.
Okay, Kim Barrett.
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity. I just wanted to add one thing. Certainly, I'm always quite inclined to support the CIRM team in their decision, because they have, you know, a very balanced view of all of the factors. But if I understood the process correctly, there was the intent to forward 7 applications after the qualification stage, and 1 was subsequently removed because of an eligibility concern. So from an overall process standpoint, while I understand the workload implications, it's a bit problematic to check on eligibility after the qualification stage, because as happened in this case, one of those 7 was excluded. But then it could have been that the next most competitive application for the qualification stage might have in fact been rated more highly, certainly than 19061, and perhaps any of these applications. So I'm also, while I'm not voting on this case, I'm also concerned about support for a proposal where 10 members of the GWG voted not to support the application, a strong majority.
May I provide a clarification on the eligibility issue?
Yes.
Okay, yes, it's true that we have, at least the way I've diagrammed it, the eligibility or the deep dive into eligibility afterwards. The issue that happened with this particular application was one where it was deemed ineligible very, very late because of an action that they took that made them ineligible, meaning when they started out, they were actually eligible. And during the course of the process, as we were getting ready for grants working group, they engaged in an activity which ultimately made them ineligible. So it was, you know, something that would not have really made a difference given how that one occurred. But, you know, do understand that in terms of what we move forward, we do want to make sure that obviously it is eligible. And so we've started including backup applications such that if something does drop out at some point and it's early enough that we have, you know, always the 7th application available to move forward.
Thanks, Gil.
Gil, do we have an opportunity to review more in a subsequent cycle if something like this happens? So in the next cycle, could we take more on as a consequence of taking fewer in the cycle previously?
Well, I see. So you're saying if we take fewer for some reason in one cycle, can we add another one? We could, but
another application to the next cycle. Sorry.
Right, in the subsequent cycle, you mean?
Yes.
Right. So we could, but it's not necessarily the same cohort of applications.
Oh,
So
no, I
it,
realize that. I wasn't suggesting that same application the next time. I was just saying to augment that cycle, given there were fewer that went through the last time.
we could, I would say yes, if we are not funding enough. So the number 7 is not anything magical, really. It's completely based on what we think the success rate will be. And so as you see, it's at least 50% or more, and ultimately what will use up the budget. So with these 4, we are kind of on par with the utilization of the budget. If we feel like we're not using enough budget, then that's what would cause us to increase the number for subsequent cycles.
I realize that. I think it's more a question of there's a lot of demand, and we've limited and changed the process to not allow as many through a cycle as we used to in the past. And so therefore, I think just given the fact that there is this much demand, I'm not sure it's that big of an ask to consider it. So we can have conversations offline about it and then address it there. Yes, JT?
Yes, we will definitely consider that.
Thank you.
Just a reminder that before Gil, we had clean 2 as well in the pile, right? And now it's only clean 1 as well in the pile. Just wanted to clarify.
Any other board members want to speak to this item? Okay. We can have members of the public, yes.
We do have 2 members of the public for this item. So I do see both of your hands raised. You both have 3 minutes. I will start with Terry and then move on to Jocelyn. Terry, you have the floor.
Yeah, hi, my name is Terry Piravalakis. Many of you know me as the CEO of Alpida. And I just want to thank everybody for your supporting us on our Clean 1 Award, in trusting us in advancing the therapy for this devastating disease with such a significant unmet need. During our Clean 1, we successfully completed all the milestones, completing toxicology, receiving IND approval, performing or creating GMP plasmid, kicking off the natural history, and investigating a surrogate for muscle fat fraction and allowing us to move this program forward. Since then, we've secured additional funding by CURE-CMT4J and CURE-CMTRF, which allowed us to manufacture the drug, which has been completed and will be released in February of this year, alleviating any concerns around the manufacturing of the CMC, because everything was done at GMP grade product. It was made at a Virogen, which is one of the top manufacturers in the world, and it passed all of its criteria. So there should be no concerns around the CMC. The clinical trial is scheduled to begin in February and March. Perfect timing for the release of hopefully this funding amount. We're collaborating with the world's leading experts in advocacy and experts in the field. Being a nonprofit, we have converted to a nonprofit, and we intend to provide this drug at cost plus, which should alleviate any concerns around affordability and access. We have a BLA submitted for SPG 50, and our goal is to provide this drug at the lowest cost possible. We want to make sure that every child in the world can access this drug at an affordable rate and not be, dropped. And finally, I want to appreciate and thank the CIRM board for supporting us and entrusting us in this amazing and incredible opportunity to save these children, because we can do so. The drug is ready. We are ready to go. And together we can make an impactful change in these children's lives. So thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Next, we have Jocelyn. Jocelyn, you have the floor.
Hi there. I'm sorry, I can't turn my video on. It's been disabled by the host.
There should be a button.
Got it. Thank you. Board members, members of the public, CIRM team and staff, and members of the grants working group. My name is Jocelyn Duff. I am founder and executive director for CURE-CMT4J. Our primary mission is to develop therapeutics for an ultra-rare disease known as CMT4J. More importantly, I am mom to our youngest daughter, Talia, who was diagnosed with 4J after a 6-year misdiagnosis. I'm here today fighting for Talia's life and for the families in our patient community across the globe living with this horrific disease. I urge you to approve our CLIN2 application and AAV9 gene therapy for CMT4J, a first in human, first in class, and first ever treatment for CMT4J. I want to thank the CIRM team for their full support of our CLIN2 grant proposal. We've been so fortunate to have the support of a CLIN1 grant for our natural history study, providing us with invaluable tools for our clinical trial. Connecting the dots from CIRM1 to CIRM2, building a bridge into a clinical trial, seems at the heart of CIRM's mission. As a parent who has witnessed the heartbreaking loss of abilities in her child while simultaneously and desperately driving the science and funding forward over the past 9 years, I will tell you it is a parent's worst nightmare. I will also tell you that the science has always been there. The only missing piece has been the funding. I've watched this monster steal Talia's ability to jump, dance, and walk, steal her ability to use her arms to hug us or to feed herself, steal her ability to breathe on her own. Please, we have tremendous potentials to stop this disease dead in its tracks and possibly reverse some of its effects, as we saw in our preclinical work. We should have been in a clinical trial back in 2020. However, a perfect storm of events halted forward progress: a global pandemic, a collapsed biopharma economy, and the loss of any remaining funding for ultra-rare drug development in the wake of the loss of the PRV. We have been picking up the pieces for the last 5 years, and our moment is now. 2 of our patients, Gavin and Danny, actually live within an hour of CIRM headquarters, one south of the Bay Area, the other north. If we could get a gene therapy to them soon, we could keep them out of a wheelchair and breathing on their own. Families around the world could be spared from the profound disabilities or death.
Do I restart screening in individuals over age 65?
This is not just about one disease or even one gene. What makes our program truly extraordinary is its reach. Our platform could be used by many of the more than 100 subtypes of CMT diseases. It is also translatable to other loss of function disorders caused by our gene.
Sorry, Jocelyn, your time is up. Vito, that is it for members of the public.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Duff, for your comments, and Terry also. If there are no other comments from board members, we can proceed to a vote on this final application.
Hey, and the motion on the table is to fund application 19061. Maria Bonneville,
No.
Maria Casillas.
Marguerite.
Sorry, what did I say?
Maria.
Maria. Let's just, can't stop thinking about Maria. Marguerite Casillas.
I think I'm gonna say no.
Judy Chow,
No.
Leandra Clark Harvey,
No.
Henry DeLiege,
No.
Mark Fisher Colbury,
Aye.
Elena Flowers,
No.
Vito Bassiani,
Yes.
Rich Lahara,
Yes.
Chris Miaskowski,
Yes.
Adriana Padilla,
Yes.
Marv Southard,
Yes.
Carol Watson,
Yes.
Yael White,
Yes.
Kevin Zhu.
No.
And that motion carries by a vote of 8 ayes to 7 noes.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Scott. I appreciate that. The voting took longer than some of the discussions this time. Because I'm looking at the calendar, we've reached a point in the meeting where I juggle things around.
Actually.
Oh, when it's about to be rejuggled.
Well, actually, it's, I think for planning purposes, for members, we will take the next item in sequence, which is agenda item 10. And then you can plan to take, say, a 30-minute lunch break at the conclusion of this presentation on the UVA.
That's great. So thank you, Scott. Agenda item number 10 is our Education 8 concept plan. It will be presented by Dr. Daisy Shin, who is our science officer in the Discovery and Education Department. Daisy, floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Massiani. Hi, everyone. I will be sharing with you the Educate and Educate concepts today. Just as a quick reminder, the SAF Poll 6 recommendations is that we will be bolstering CIRM's workforce development programs to address gaps and meet evolving demands in regenerative medicine. To do this, we'll be providing high-demand technical training via Bridges and Compass program updates, develop programming to support outreach education efforts for K-12 teachers and community members via collaborations with key stakeholders. To start, I will be sorry about that. To start, I will be sharing the Educate concept first. You can expect a brief background with the overview of our mission and Educate programs, focusing on Bridges and Compass specifically, and our rationale for the Educate concept. I'll share a little bit more detail about the Educate program, followed by a timeline of program rollout, a summary, and a request for a motion. As always, our mission is accelerating world-class science to deliver transformative regenerative medicine treatments in an equitable manner to a diverse California and world. And really key to this mission is our education and workforce development, where it represents CIRM's investment into California's and the training that trainees are experiencing through these programs. And on top of this, this workforce development are our infrastructure programs that enhance discovery and research and development, which really are producing the discoveries that bring the cures and treatments to patients in California. Now, key to this pyramid and foundational to this are the experts who are a part of the workforce, who are the ones managing the data, producing the experiments, managing the data, and really taking care of the patients. And this is where CIRM's Educate programs really bring value, where we are training trainees to apply their experience through these programs to tackle future challenges, really bring perspectives, their new perspectives to drive scientific innovation and contribute valuable perspectives that they've brought from their communities, and also in giving back to their communities as well. One of the highlights of our education programs is that we encourage trainees to participate in patient engagement and healthcare and also in community outreach activities. In many ways, they're giving back to their communities through this set of training in a very holistic way. And so one of the quotes that we have from one of our recent blog posts on our blog, The STEM Seller, I think really speaks to this, in that education programs are building the biotechnology workforce that's needed to generate new cures. Now, CIRM's current portfolio of training programs span a range of training levels from high school all the way to graduate level and postdoctoral level fellows. At the bottom of the slide here, you'll see Spark, which is our program that offers summer research internship experiences to high school students. There are currently 11 active programs, and we've trained over 950 students since 2012. We also have our Compass programs, which is our newest program since 2023. We've trained over 300 students, and there are 16 active programs right now. 54% of Compass students are first-generation college students. And Compass in particular focuses on recruiting trainees who are interested and curious about the biology and regenerative medicine space, but potentially did not have the opportunities or resources to really explore the careers in this field. And so it's providing them a great opportunity to get into the careers here. We also have our Bridges program, which is one of our longest running programs since 2009. We train over 2,000 students here. These are there's about 15 active programs spread across different Cal State universities and community colleges in California, and about 47% of them are first-generation college students. The Bridges program focuses on recruiting trainees who are more committed to the regenerative medicine space and are ready to jump straight into their careers upon graduation through gaining internship experience through Bridges. These are typically students who are a part of an associate's degree program or bachelor's and master's programs. Finally, we also have our EDUC4 program, nicknamed Scholars. There are 18 active programs here, and we've trained over 1,300 students since 2007. This program supports graduate students, postdoctoral fellows, and clinical fellows. Now, the goal of all of our training programs really is to build a skilled workforce that's capable of meeting evolving demands in regenerative medicine. So today I'll be focusing on Bridges and Compass in particular, and there are quite a few institutions that support these programs across California. In particular, there are 6 institutions that support both a Bridges and Compass program. We see that the majority of our trainees from these programs actually remain in STEM fields. Right here, I'm showing Bridges specific alumni outcomes because Compass is still a relatively new program and we're still gathering alumni data as students are finishing up their program. In Bridges, we see that 83% of students remain in STEM. About 37% of them go on to academic research in some capacity, and 31% of them go into the biotech industry. About 24% go on to higher education. In addition, trainees are very much a part of this workforce development network, and we've seen that over 90 internship host sites and labs have been involved in mentoring and guiding our trainees through their internship experiences. About 49 of these are biotech industry hosts, and altogether we've had over 800 mentors be a part of guiding and supporting our trainees over the years. In addition, we do see that trainees, besides doing their coursework and participating in the activities of these programs, they are also very much innovating and expanding scientific knowledge as a part of their internships and all along the entire pipeline from discovery to clinical. We often hear really great stories from mentors about their experience hosting trainees, and this is just a couple of quotes. One from Kathy Ivey, who's a VP at Tenaya, and she herself is a CIRM Scholar alum, sharing with us that a trainee helped seed their histology core and get it off the ground. We've also heard from other PIs like Karen Abudi, who is a PI at COH, City of Hope, that trainees have impacted the design of their clinical protocol in progress for IND submission. So really, trainees are very much a part of the field during their internships and helping innovate and expand knowledge throughout their experience. Now, altogether, we've seen from Bridges and Compass that there have been over 500 publications in peer-reviewed journals that have been enabled through these training programs. And this is something that program directors report to CIRM through annual progress reports. All right, so as you can see, the Bridges and Compass programs have had great impacts, and continuing them is essential to CIRM's mission. The current grants are expiring soon for Bridges in the fall of 2026 and Compass a year after that. We are proposing to relaunch these programs with some updates to preserve program continuity for existing successful programs to keep training these students, in response to also funding challenges that I'm sure everyone knows about today, and also based on our experience managing these programs for over 15 years, we'd like to implement some improvements in that area. Some of the key insights that we've gained from managing these programs for so many years include that there is an ever-evolving demand of the field. And to this end, we'll be expanding the array of internship opportunities that are available, as well as encouraging the development of hybrid and multidisciplinary skill sets. Additionally, there are opportunities to increase some efficiencies for existing programs and integrate with other programs, such as CIRM's infrastructure and scientific programs. And finally, we've gotten a lot of feedback from awardees over the years where we have learned that there are many ways that we can maintain current programs, but also leverage synergies between them. There are ways we can implement some additional flexibilities, as well as simplify administrative burdens for both the awardee institution and CIRM's internal management of these programs. And so with all of this, I'd like to just introduce the Edu8 concept. It really is an umbrella mechanism that is meant to support, update, and improve on the Bridges and Compass programs. Edu8 offers 3 different paths: Compass, Bridges, and a dual path option, which I will go into more detail in a couple more slides. And this is meant to be able to update the existing programs and help those who are interested in extending their program, as well as invite an opportunity for new applicants to come in with more representation of different institutions across California. All right, the Edu8 objective is to prepare undergraduate through master's level students for careers in regenerative medicine by identifying and supporting untapped talent and developing well-trained, adaptable, and committed professionals for the regenerative medicine workforce. The approach that Edu8 is taking is similar to our existing programs. There must be an integration into an institution-specific degree or certificate program. Through this, trainees will be going through structured mentorship, professional development in the form of taking specific coursework, getting mentoring and professional development guidance. And of course, on top of that, gaining hands-on experience through paid internships, participating in patient engagement and community outreach activities, and attending a CIRM relevant conference. Now, the high-level goals here, we want to continue to promote exploration and expand access to careers in regenerative medicine for trainees who are still exploring the various opportunities in this field, as well as to promote an efficient transition into careers for trainees who are ready to gain some experience and jumpstart their careers in regenerative medicine. What we are keeping with Edu8, these are some required elements and activities that have worked really well. Under trainee activities, we will continue to require patient and healthcare engagement. We will be continuing to do community outreach and education, and now we will be including a required science communication to the public content, coursework of some kind, mentoring and professional development, as well as a required attendance at a CIRM trainee conference. Administrative side, we will still be requiring innovative and strategic trainee recruitment plans targeted at specific training levels, alumni tracking and engagement, mentor training and best practices in this area, as well as required knowledge and resource sharing between programs as well as with CIRM. Some of the elements that we are adding, we will be expanding the scope of internship types that are available. So some examples here, certainly not comprehensive, will be skills in project management, regulatory and process development, manufacturing, data science, and computational biology. We will be instilling key skill sets and competencies. Some examples here are in time management, research ethics, data sharing, and as I mentioned, public scientific communication. I think especially speaking to the conversations we've been having today about rebuilding trust in the community, between scientific community and the public, I think content like this will be very useful for trainees as they're becoming experts in their own fields. We'll also be leveraging inter-program efficiencies. These are some examples of having joint activities for early and late stage trainees to really collaborate and learn from each other, as well as collaboration opportunities with infrastructure programs, such as the Alpha Clinics and Community Care Centers of Excellence. We will be building administrative efficiencies and flexibilities here. Under one Edu8 mechanism, there will be unified guidance, faster program execution, as well as lower administrative burden for both the awardees as well as CIRM. All right, so the overview of the Edu8 structure, it is really meant to enable continued support for Bridges and Compass programs, but with an added opportunity to create a potentially flexible and potentially accelerated path for trainees, for institutions that are interested. So an applicant institution might consider things like the trainee target, and this would be education level and training needs of the trainees, as well as considering the available resources and assets that that institution has to offer. And so there are 3 paths that are supported under Edu8: Compass, bridges, and a dual path option. And I will share what that looks like now. So Compass will continue to support early stage untapped talent. So these really are students who are curious about the field, but maybe didn't have the resources or opportunities to get these training experiences. These are typically shorter 2 to 3 month summer internships or over multiple year appointments. And applicant institutions are those with bachelor's programs. The Bridges Path will continue to support late-stage career-ready trainees. So these are trainees who are ready to gain some experience from an internship and jump straight into their careers upon graduation. These are typically 6 to 12-month internships, and applicant institutions will be those without CIRM major facility or regenerative medicine research infrastructure. The dual path option will support both Compass and Bridges type trainees, and there's some potential here for programs to find commonalities between the two trainee types and training activities for areas of synergies and efficiencies. And there is also a potential for trainees to transition from a Compass type training into a Bridges type training under one mechanism. And of course, the specifics will depend on the applicant proposal. The maximum award budget differs by chosen path. So here you're looking at the total award costs of the grant over 5 years. For Bridges and Compass, a maximum of 10 trainees per year, and dual path is based on a maximum of 20 trainees per year, about 10 of each path. And so in looking at the direct costs for the Bridges path, it's about 4.2 million. Compass about just under 3 million, and dual path about 6.4 million. With overhead, the total award amount comes out to 4.6 million for Bridges, about 3.2 for Compass, and the dual path just under 7 million. The per trainee investment per year based on a max of 10 trainees for Bridges path is 91,000, for Compass about 64,000, and the dual path will vary by the proposal depending on how many trainees how many slots are being proposed, and that will fall somewhere within the range between Compass and Bridges. And all of these budgetary numbers are based on analysis done by our grants management team of true categorical expenditure growth and cumulative CPI % increase since 2021. There is a 20% increase for the Educate budget compared to the current awards. The institution and team eligibility looks like this for the Bridges path. Eligible institutions are typically Cal State universities and community colleges that have an accredited certificate, undergraduate, or master's programs in a biology relevant discipline. For Compass Path are California academic institutions with an accredited bachelor's degree program in a biology relevant discipline. We are requiring that the program director must commit at least 5% effort. The expertise required is in outreach and recruitment as well as mentorship. For dual path programs, we are requiring a co-director as well who will commit at least 5% effort in order to ensure that both elements of both paths can be carried out efficiently. In terms of applications, applicants can apply for 1 Educate award per cycle. We are proposing to offer 2 cycles of Educate, and this will capture some updates and improvements for existing programs, especially as Bridges will be expiring in 2026 and Compass in 2027. This will also provide a long runway for new applicant program development to come in and the possibility of resubmission for any programs that might need improvement. One example timeline of cycle 1 is pending ICOC approval today. Applications will be available early March and due in early April. We'll go to the GWG for review, and award contracting will begin in fall of 2026. All right, to summarize, we are proposing the Educate umbrella mechanism, which will support the Compass type path, a Bridges type path or a dual path training program. The recurrence will be annual for 2 cycles in 2026 and 27. The max duration of the award is 5 years, and applicants are California undergraduate and master's institutions. We're requiring leadership and expertise in the form of a program director and a co-director for dual paths, and expertise in mentorship and outreach as well. The max award total cost for Bridges Path is up to 4.6 million, for Compass up to 3.2, and a dual path up to 6.9 million. The number of awards per year will be 15 to 18 awards per cycle. We're anticipating about 1,500 to 2,500 trainees to go through these programs, and our max projection is 99 million per cycle. So with that, CIRM would like to request ICOC approval of the proposed Educate training program with an allocation of 198 million to support up to 36 awards over 2 funding cycles. 99 million per cycle, where unspent funds from cycle 1 will roll over to cycle 2. About 1,500 to 2,500 trainees to graduate from these programs, and about 3.2 million to 6.9 million per individual award.
That's it, Daisy?
That is it for Educate.
For Educate, thank you. Thank you so much. That was a really very fine presentation, very nicely done. So we have before us the concept of Education 8. I'd like to have a motion on the floor to have a discussion on this.
I move approval.
Before we discuss,
Okay. Yeah, hold on, let's get the motion going. Who?
Kim
Barrett moved, thank you. Do I have a second?
Southern seconds.
I second.
All right, thank you, everyone.
she's just gonna keep.
Okay.
Do that.
We have one question here in the room to start with. Isabel?
Daisy, and congrats all you on these programs, because I love these. But I've asked the same question over and over and over again. What is the demographic breakdown of these participant students? We do have we should have diverse representation across the state. So if we're, if they're in concentrations, but not coming out of other perhaps underrepresented communities or counties, we really need to make sure we give those opportunities there. The second thing is, when you add up our racial and ethnic diversity, it is the majority in this state. So, it definitely needs to get its share of the taxpayer benefits, right? So without the demographic data, I can't tell if in fact we're reaching, equity or equal representation or opportunities for our current and future scientists in the schools right now, because they're not just working now on future, they're working on current projects. I'm looking for that, want to be the one who finds that that cure. Also, I think that one of the things that I'm concerned about is that without representation, there are sometimes diseases that go unresearched or under-researched in some of these racial ethnic communities. Sometimes it's the student who becomes the scientist who turns the spotlight on that, which is one of the reasons why I sit at these tables. Make sure that we all get heard. And so I think the state and our communications team needs to show that who's getting the benefit of these investments into budding scientists. And so I really want to see this.
Thank you, Isabel. Casey? Sorry, Casey might want to respond.
Yeah, so is there a chance to show some additional data?
I'm sorry, there was one other thing, because what I would love to see when you talk about the outreach to community, I would love to hear what they're doing.
Yeah.
I'd love to see who's doing what and if it's working. I mean, when they come back, who are they talking to?
Right.
So that's really critical. And I'm glad you called it public scientific communications. I call it media training.
Yes.
Talking both ways, representing a scientific concept with scientists, but also speaking to the community.
Yes.
So I'm glad you added that.
Yeah, we're excited about it. I think there will be a lot of good good feedback for that. And, you know, from actually one of our recent trainee conferences, one of the most popular workshop content that we had was presentation skills for the public. And a lot of trainees really enjoyed that. If there's time, maybe I can share just a couple of demographics related slides. These are from an analysis we did in 2024 on the race and ethnicity of our programs. This in particular is Compass, and what you're looking at in the light blue are Compass students that are reporting to us about their race and ethnicity, and compared to the darker blue, which is the UC undergraduate census of 2023. We're comparing the UCs because Compass typically are at UCs. So in looking at the at least for race and ethnicity demographic breakdown, we are seeing pretty representative of California populations. And in fact, in some ethnicity and race groups, we're seeing, like for Hispanic representation quite a bit higher than what UC undergraduates are seeing. For Bridges, see if I can go back. This is an analysis we did in 2024 of all of our Bridges students who were reporting up to that point. And we are continuing to collect a lot of this important information beyond just race and ethnicity. And we have that information, and we're working internally to best organize and visualize that to share. Because you're right, it is really important that we know that we're representing California populations through these trainees who are then going on to become experts who will then, you know, represent at a higher level.
Find that cute.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and in terms of outreach, maybe, you know, I'll let Amy speak more on that, but we do work very closely with our community outreach manager. And a lot of times she actually reaches out to our trainees to ask for volunteers to get involved in these CIRM events that we do. You know, Aditi is very much involved in a lot of different forms of public outreach beyond just scientific events. She, you know, participates in Rotary clubs and things like that. And so a lot of times at these types of events, we do ask for student volunteers to join us, and we do get a lot of volunteers who participate as well. So we are definitely working on that. And I don't know if Amy wants to speak some more to that, because that is the communications aspect.
But I do think it's good to have some metrics to measure whether or not, I mean, it's great that a trainee goes out and says something, but how consistent is this? What kinds of feedback do they get? How does it help them be better in their work and in their communication skills? But also, are you really impacting the public knowledge, and which public?
Right. Thanks, Isabel and Daisy. Kim is going to be the next speaker, followed by Pat and Joyce.
Yeah, I just want to thank you so much for this really informative presentation. And just to go on the record to talk about the pivotal importance of these programs, especially in light of comments in the public sphere about this being a sort of either or, and that at this particular moment in time, CIRM should be focusing on shoring up our research grants rather than educational programs. Anybody who does research knows that the most essential component and the most expensive component of doing research is the people that actually do the research. And so these programs not only are making sure that we have a pipeline of trainees moving forward who are interested in careers in regenerative medicine, but this actually stretches the other dedicated research funding that some of the mentors have available to get their research projects done, or if it's an industry internship to get things done that the company needs to get done to move things forward. And so it's not an either or, it is a value add that is important. And it is certainly the case that we are at a very challenging time with respect to federal research funding, but that also extends to federal support for precisely these types of workforce training programs, and particularly those that address the workforce development needs of students from underrepresented groups that is also at threat at the federal level. So I just want to go on the record as being absolutely supportive of the idea that CIRM absolutely must stay in the business of providing support for educational programs. Thanks.
Thank you. Pat, you're next.
Yeah, so Kim said it well, so I endorse everything she said. I have two questions. That was a great presentation. One is you mentioned a new initiative that where science communication. Isabel talks about that, has has talked about a lot. It is very important, but you mentioned coursework, and I wanted to understand just a little bit more about, since it's going to be a component of applications, how you're going to frame this. Many institutions don't have quality science communication courses to the public. They have science communication courses that are meant to train um, junior individuals of communicating their science to their peers. There are organizations, there are workshops and other sorts of things that would add flexibility and provide opportunities for our trainees to get really high quality training in science education, science communication to the public. So what are you thinking about in terms of framing the requirement?
Yeah, so in terms of specific requirements, I think a lot of times we leave this up to the institution to propose the best type of coursework or content or workshop, whatever that may be, in this topic. So it can vary a lot depending on the institution and the program. I think one important thing that they can use is there are specific funds that they can make use of to create this type of workshop or content. I do recognize, as you say, that some institutions, don't necessarily already have this type of coursework. With Bridges in particular, we have funds to support the development of an advanced techniques course for these trainees. And I imagine for a lot of institutions, they may do something similar where they either develop a course or they might outsource it and find content that is relevant to their trainees. Sometimes we've also seen for these types of additional required courses where they work with some kind of online program or certificate program where trainees go through and get that experience. But yeah, it can really vary a lot, and it really depends on the applicant institution's proposal and what they choose to do and how they choose to fulfill that requirement.
So there's some really high quality ones that are online, and it may be, I mean, we expect there to be high quality uniform science that's done, and I think we should expect the same in terms of science communication training. So one can recommend, CIRM could look at a number of different sites, not to reinvent the wheel, but to provide our trainees with really high quality science communication training. One, of course, is the, which is well known, the Alda Science Communication Center at SUNY, Stony Brook. I'm not affiliated with it at all, but they have really high success rates. The other question, so think about that in terms of where you want. I mean, if it's highly variable, that's not a good thing. I think we want it to be, various tools can be used, but we want the quality to be really high. The other thing is, how are you going to do alumni tracking, which is the bane of most, we have a lot of training programs here where I am. It's extremely difficult to figure out how to track trainees, yet it's incredibly important to demonstrate the successes of these training programs. So do you have a tool in mind, Flight Tracker, for example, or something else that's going to be used to do this, that you're going to expect all institutions to follow so that you don't have gaps?
Absolutely. Thank you for that question. And just to quick comment before I answer the alumni question, we often work with trainees also when we have resources that we think really stand out to disseminate that across programs. So in terms of public science communication, I think we can definitely work with trainees together for those high quality types of content. To answer the alumni tracking question, we actually currently and historically have always tracked alumni through progress reporting. So whenever trainees finish their program, they complete a completion form in which they will in which the program director then updates periodically throughout the lifetime of the grant and follow up with the trainees. So we are right now still depending on program directors to report on their individual alumni. We do have a lot of information on them, but internally our management system, we're still working on pulling out that content and really analyzing that data more closely. So the data is there, we just need to work on visualizing it. Additionally, I will say that we are also brainstorming ways on longer term tracking, perhaps following up with some individual trainees or individual programs beyond the lifetime of the grant and progress reporting. But that's all something that we are thinking of. As you said, it is a challenging thing to follow up on so many thousands of trainees beyond when they are supported on the grant. But yeah, it's definitely a very important thing that we would love to be able to long-term track. And we are in talks with different programs at the institutions and working with them because they also have their own alumni tracking a lot of times. So working with them all together to be able to get more information and find out what our alumni have accomplished since doing these programs.
Okay, yeah, we're working on it, and I'll maybe send you an email with some of the things that we're doing where we're finding it's been far more effective than trying to reach out individually, using social media and other things where you can get a lot of information without having to actually need to contact the trainees. The long-term tracking or longer-term tracking beyond the age of the grant is, I think, really important. But thanks very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Pat. And before we go on to our next three speakers, I'm wondering if Kelly Shepard, who is our Director of Discovery and Education, do you want to add anything to that?
I do. I just want to add a couple of pieces of information that speak to your points directly, Pat, and also reinforce some of what Daisy was saying. So in terms of the quality of the communications course, we now have a tool that we didn't have before, which is the CIRM Collaboration Hub, which is an intranet basically for all of our education programs, current and future. And this is a place for them to share resources and knowledge. And so using this tool, we've added, as in Daisy's presentation showed, requirement for more sharing. And so including the resources that you share with us and information, we can share it broadly in the hub. So we anticipate our grantees helping each other and building off of each other's lessons. We also have resources here at CIRM led by Amy Adams and tools that we are going to be deploying to also help. And so I think the whole message we heard today that really resonated with me and reinforced this even more is the rebuilding trust in science. And I think that's a great basis for these public communication lessons. To the second point about the alumni tracking, as Daisy mentioned, we do have reporting on that, and we have captured alumni data from all of our programs, including going back to the earliest ones. And another nice thing about this knowledge sharing requirement and also placing a couple of these programs under one umbrella is that they will be in a unified program with unified reporting, and those that are better at alumni tracking and have more successful experiences with it can share their knowledge with us and with each other, and we might be able to come to make some improvements in that way as well. So thank you very much for those comments, and we'll take that.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Kelly. So waiting patiently, Joyce, followed by Margarita and Yael.
Thank you, Vito. I just want to add my congratulations to the presentation, Daisy. This was a really beautiful presentation. I'm a huge fan of these educational training programs, and so great job. And I think even with the challenges of tracking alumni long-term, it seems like you've done a fine job of capturing who has actually maintained their initial career goals to remain in the biomedical science sphere, working in higher ed, and kudos to you for that. And I'm sure get even better as you and Pat and others sort of share ways of really tracking more comprehensively. I guess I wanted to make two comments and a question. The first one is the data that you shared after Isabel had requested the demographic profile. While it's interesting, and the takeaway, it seems like, is that we are sampling the California demographic population relatively closely. I think that's good. I think if you want to be even bolder than that, I would suggest that you think about looking at the California scientific workforce and see where there is underrepresentation. Because at the end of the day, this is a pathway program, a pipeline program. And if you really want to be bold, I would love for us to think about how we address the underrepresentation of the current California workforce. And I think having that data as your North Star would allow you to start thinking about how you can do targeted outreach. You can do things that allows you to actually not just simply sample the California demographic groups, but actually be bold enough to actually address those gaps that currently exist in the workforce. So for instance, one of the things that we're doing at Stanford to address this very issue is to actually partner with minority serving institutions and other places that we know allows us to sort of basically have an enriched sampling of those groups that are underrepresented in the current workforce. So that would be one challenge that I want to put there. The second thing I want to mention is that I love the idea of encouraging the dual programs. And I guess I'm curious to know, maybe you haven't thought about this yet, but I'm wondering to what extent you're going to balance awarding these dual programs to existing grantees. It sounds like you have 6 institutions that already have both programs. To what extent are you going to prioritize them versus inviting new institutions that have not participated in both programs to actually sort of have sort of a fresh start? Obviously, I think institutions that already have both programs, it probably wouldn't be as huge a lift for them to start integrating the 2 programs. So I'm wondering how you're balancing inviting new players into the space versus sort of rewarding existing programs that already have the experience of running both.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for the question. So I'll answer the second one first. So in terms of balancing that, it's not so much a balance as it is an opportunity to invite, like you said, potentially new programs to come in and take advantage of that dual path opportunity. We've heard from institutions and programs, especially Just Bridges programs, where they wish that they had also a compass type element where trainees who are curious about this can come in and potentially transition into a Bridges path. And this is also something we've heard from institutions with both programs. And so, that's one of the reasons also we wanted to offer the award in 2 cycles, because there's always a very short runway for the first cycle. As you can see, if concept gets approved, the PA can get posted immediately, but there's really only a few months that they have to put together an application. And so that's not the most conducive to inviting new programs that might be putting together a competitive application. And so we're hoping that with both cycles, we can capture not just existing programs to come and propose a synergistic merge of their existing training programs for the ones that have both, but also an opportunity for institutions, even new institutions, right, to come in and take advantage of that opportunity. So we hope that we'll get plenty of applications for the dual path option, because I think there are so many ways that an early stage trainee and a late stage trainee could interact and really benefit off of working together, that type of peer mentoring and collaboration. So yeah, I really appreciate that question. To just comment on the first part of your question about tracking or workforce gaps in terms of ethnicity and race demographics and potentially other demographic breakdowns as well. Definitely really important. Really appreciate that you made that comment. We are partnering with, and this is maybe a little bit our team and communications team as well, working with other external collaborators as well to think about these types of gaps in the workforce. One thing that we've thought about doing is having a bigger presence in the K-12 space as a part of also the SAF goals. And so, we're working with other collaborators to disseminate to information and stem cell and regenerative medicine to the local K-12 levels, because there is a gap in the pipeline even early on into entry into higher education. And then beyond higher education, the retention as well of certain populations and certain demographics in the a higher level, in careers in the workforce later on, that we are also very much aware of that, and something that we are thinking of as well, and thinking of ways to address those types of gaps, potentially through external collaborations and other types of events that we can do. But I don't know if Kelly or Amy, you want to add to that at all.
Okay,
I'd like to call on Vito to add to that,
no, sorry.
since he was recently at a high school doing outreach.
Yeah,
I mean, I think it's incredibly important, and it's a great comment.
right. Yeah, I did want to keep us from lunch, but recently had the opportunity with our community outreach person to attend a high school in the Inland Empire area south of Los Angeles, 1,000 students there. I am convinced that 99% of them go home and speak Spanish to their parents and to their abuelas and abuelos. It was a profound experience. You could tell that they were not exposed very much to this concept. When I asked how many of the students, there were 40 of them in front of us, had intentions to pursue either a medical degree, a nursing degree, or a research degree. It was really very impressive how many hands went up. So this is the group that we need to, and groups like this that we need to make contact with, and I had a ball doing it.
Absolutely, yeah.
Thank you.
At Baldwin Park, by the way. Yeah. Next. Oh, sorry, I got wrapped up in my own remarks. Oh yeah, it's Marguerite, I'm sorry.
Great to be here. Thank you so much, Daisy. Really great presentation. I too am so proud of this work, and being so new to it, I didn't even realize we had this part until pretty recently. I was like, this is great. They've really thought about this very holistically. So I'm going to stay on the demographics issue, and I am thinking about students with disabilities. And is that something that you all are able to track?
Yes, that is a part of the demographics that they can report on. Of course, we can't mandate and force anyone to do it, but in the trainee forms that they fill out, that is something that they can report on. Disabilities. We typically also, other categories are like socially disadvantaged students based on the NIH definition, veterans, things like that. So there are other areas of demographics that we can collect as well. We have all this data. We just need to organize it and visualize it through our.
I know that's not easy. Yeah.
We're working on it.
Yeah, and I'm curious about like the outreach to those to that population in particular. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's part of our overall outreach efforts, and perhaps Amy is a better person to speak on this. We do work very closely with our outreach manager, who we have constantly brainstormed about these types of outreach, more specific outreach to these groups as well, because it is a big part of what we want to do. So I don't know, Amy, if you have more comments on our efforts in that space.
I don't. I would say I honestly don't know, and thanks to your question, I want to know. So hopefully we can report back to you on that. I don't know.
And the other thing I'm just curious about, and I don't know how any of this works, but if students need accommodations, does our grant help pay for that, or does the university or the schools help for that?
It's a bit of both. So many universities do offer support funds for accommodations. We also do have a part of our budget that is dedicated to supporting trainees who may need additional relief support in some ways, whether that's some kind of accommodation for potentially a disability, or if it's an emergency situation that they find themselves in and need additional support. So there is a special discretionary fund set aside for events like that. And just to piggyback off of what Amy was saying, in the past we've had discussions with our outreach manager specifically about finding advocacy groups or groups that are working with students with disabilities or general populations with disabilities to collaborate. So we do have some we do have that network that we're building out, but we haven't quite reached out and set up formal collaborations, shall we say. Yeah, but it's on the back of our minds, definitely. Not the back of our mind, on our minds.
Thank you. Thanks, Dave. Yael?
Thank you. Just quickly, I want to echo what both Kim and Joyce said on the importance of having this conference. And I was lucky enough to be able to attend over the summer and was so impressed by not only the education that was presented, the speakers that presented, what are they called? The presentation that
Poster session.
posters, thank you. The posters that they delivered, but the representation of gender and ethnicity was remarkable. So I think such an important conference to have, such a great space to be in, inspirational on all levels, and I hope I'm lucky enough to get to go again.
Thank you, Yael. Adriana, you're next.
Yes. Yes, thank you. I didn't hear, but thank you so much for the great presentation. And kudos to all. I think this is a win-win with the Educate 8 new proposal. How does that interact with the new community centers of excellences? And if I remember correctly, the distribution of the compasses and the programs are mostly in UC-centered areas of the state. And now that we have the opportunity with the community centers of excellence to be in areas of unmet need, how does the organization plan to assist the centers of excellence to link with these new programs? And how many new programs are available?
Yeah, that is a great question, and maybe part of it I will also defer to Jeff. But in terms of collaborations with other types of infrastructure resources that CIRM has, such as the community centers of excellence, we often reach out to all these programs to provide them opportunities to either interact with these infrastructure programs or potentially tours different facilities in some ways. So in the past, we've worked with some of the programs have worked with the GMP centers to do either like a day-long shadowing or a tour of some kind. So I think there are a lot of opportunities there for that type of collaboration where trainees can interact with the community care centers in different ways. And that really will depend on, some of the more granular details of how we work with the community care centers. As an example, another example would be the Alpha clinics to find opportunities where trainees can interact or participate or tour facilities in some way. Is Jeff here?
Yeah, he's right there.
I don't know if you want to also comment on that.
Add to that. Am I audible?
Yes, and visual.
Yeah, so
visible.
thank you for that question, Board Member Padilla. So each of the applications that you approved for the community care centers of excellence have in those proposals proposed direct collaborations with Bridges, Compass, and other programs highlighted in our education. And the scope of activities they're proposing ranges from support at the community engagement level and working with community groups, which we are funding directly through those awards, to training opportunities, both clinical and manufacturing training. So it's not simply that the opportunity exists within those approved awards. There are concrete collaborations and specifically placement of CIRM trainees at those sites, because we didn't want them to recreate training programs, if you recall. What we wanted them to do is create landing spots for trainees that were in these programs. And like I say, each of those those types of collaborations are reflected in each of the awards you approved.
Thank
Yes, that is great. Thank you so much. But my other question is that I think the distribution of the compasses and the bridges, again, I don't know if somebody has the state map, but I believe they were mostly located in high concentration of UC centers, of which we only have UC Merced and the Central Valley, of which I believe they have a compass program. But there's many other sites in Central Valley and other underserved areas where I'm sure there's community colleges, state universities, high school programs that are pre-health oriented that also need outreach and understand that there's new dollars to be applied for. And I just want to make sure that the organization is going to be proactive about reaching out to these unmet need sites.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I don't see any other hands raised, so I'm going to open it up to members of the public if there are any comments on this agenda item.
There are no hands raised.
There are no hands raised. Scott, we can take a roll call vote and then have a lunch break.
We'll take a voice vote for those members present here in South San Francisco and then poll individual members on the Zoom. So all those in the room in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed say nay. Any abstentions? Iyad Al-Masri,
Aye.
Kim Barrett,
Aye.
George Blumenthal. Back. John Carruthers,
Emphatic aye.
Monica Carson,
Aye.
Judy Chow,
Aye.
Leandra Clark Harvey,
Aye.
Shannon Dahl,
Aye.
Henry Deliege,
Aye.
Isabel Derone,
Yes.
Marguerite Casillas,
Yes.
Mark Fisher Colbury. I think I heard ayes. Mark?
No.
Yes, aye.
Thank you, Mark. Elena Flowers,
Yes.
Judy Gasson,
Yes.
Vito Vassiani,
Yes.
Rich Lahara,
Yes.
Pat Levitt,
Yes.
Hala Bogdanov,
Yes.
Linda Malkus,
Yes.
Shlomo Melmed,
Yes.
Carolyn Meltzer,
Yes.
Chris Miaskowski,
Yes.
Adriana Padilla,
Yes.
Joyce Saki,
Yes.
Donna Stark,
Yes.
Carol Watson,
Yes.
Yael White,
Yes.
Kevin Zhu,
Yes.
and Keith Yamamoto. Keith? I'm not seeing you presently. In any event, the motion carries.
Good, and you'll go back and I guess you get those other votes. Okay, it's time for us to take a lunch break, and I think we'll ask Scott to maybe tell us what time precisely to be back.
How about 31 minutes at 12:45?
Thank you. Enjoy your lunch break.
and good afternoon, members. We'll be resuming here in just about 2 minutes, so your 2-minute warning.
Great. Welcome back, everyone. As you're turning on your screens. Hope you all had a nice lunch break. We're going to take up again with Science Officer Daisy, continuing, this time on agenda item number 11, which is the EDOC 3 concept plan, Spark. Hey, spark away.
I love that. All right, just share. Great. Okay, hello everyone again. I will now be sharing with you the EDUC 3 or Spark concept presentation. As similarly to EDUC 3, you can expect a brief background of Spark, followed by the details of this concept and a timeline of the program rollout, and ending with summary and request for motion. As a reminder, again, the SAF 06 recommendation, part of this goal is to develop programming to support outreach education efforts for K to 12. And part of our efforts in this goal is to relaunch the EDUC 3 or Spark program. The Spark program is a program that integrates within an existing summer high school program at California institutions, and it provides paid summer internship opportunities in the stem cell and gene therapy regenerative medicine space. So students participate in a 6 to 10 week summer internship at one of these institutions. During this program, they also participate in various courses and workshops, engage in patient advocacy and community outreach activities, and also participate in an annual conference specifically for our high school students. And this picture here is from our most recent high school Spark conference this year, which took place in San Diego. We had over 150 students attending. It was a really great time to hear about all of their research and posters. As I mentioned, Spark trains high school students, and currently we have 11 active awards across California. And this is just one of the many stories we hear from Spark students who often come in with uncertainty, but are really motivated, many of them, by family health challenges like Saranya here, who had that exact same story. She did an internship at Sanford Burnham and is now pursuing immunology and neuroscience. So some of the high level impact we've seen in Spark is that we've trained over 950 students. And out of those that are tracked, 93% reported pursuing STEM paths after. The EDUC3 objectives is to inspire, educate, and motivate high school students to become involved in CIRM's mission, and also to provide summer training opportunities and broaden participation in the stem cell and gene therapy and related research space for high school students, including those who might not otherwise have had these opportunities for these internships due to social, geographic, or other types of constraints. So each Spark program is led by a qualified program director who is managing, coordinating all the activities that are supported by the program. We are keeping these components of the program, mainly the summer internship, where trainees get to do that hands-on regenerative medicine related research in host labs at the applicant institution or a partnering organization. They also participate in other types of educational activities like additional coursework that are relevant, patient and healthcare engagement activities, community outreach and education activities. There's an alumni tracking plan, as well as a required trainee participation at the CIRM Spark Conference. Some of the elements that we are enhancing include similarly an expanded scope of internship possibilities. So beyond the types of research that trainees got to participate in previously, there are also opportunities to learn about manufacturing, quality, data science, bioinformatics, and other types of disciplines that are relevant to advancing cell and gene therapies. We will be, again, leveraging partnerships with CIRM's infrastructure programs, such as the Alpha Clinics, CCCEs, and shared resource labs, and requiring resource and knowledge sharing as well with each other and with CIRM. The institutional eligibility for EDUC3 or Spark is California Public University or College or private nonprofit academic institutions in California that's accredited by the Western Association of Schools and College, or other California institutions that have a documented track record of successfully delivering lab-based research training to high school students. And we are requiring that they must have an existing high school internship program or have had one within the past 2 years at the time of application. The program director must have relevant experience to managing programs such as this. And collaborating institutions must have a California site or location with the appropriate personnel and facilities to accommodate high school level students. An applicant may submit just a single EDUC3 application. The award budget for EDUC3 looks like this. So trainee stipends are $5,500. There will be a travel allowance to the annual CIRM Spark Conference at $1,000. So the direct cost to trainees are $6,500. With program administration and indirect costs, the total cost per trainee is about $11,700, and the total award amount will be about $700,000. And once again, these award cap adjustments are based on our grants management team's analysis of categorical expenditure growth and cumulative CPI % increase. And the 2026 awards will support up to 60 trainees each. So the EDUC3 timeline will look like this, pending ICOC concept approval today. Applications will be available in early March and due in early May. It will go to the GWG for review in August, and award contracting will take place in November and December of 2026, which will align well with the expiring Spark program. All right, to summarize, EDRIC 3 will recur just once, one cycle in 2026. The max award duration will be 5 years, and applicant institutions will be California-based institutions. The max award cost is $704,000, and the number of awards will be 12. We're projecting that there will be about 720 students trained, and the max projection is 8.5 million. So with that, CIRM is requesting ICOC approval of the proposed Spark training program with an allocation of 8.5 million to support up to 12 Spark awards, each with a 5-year duration, about 720 trainees, and 704,000 per award.
Stacy, great, very elegant, straightforward. You gonna make a motion?
No, she's ready.
Oh, she's ready.
I have actually a program suggestion.
Oh, wait, well, hold on
No, I
one
don't,
second.
but that's what I'm saying.
Motion first, then
I'll make the
discussion.
motion.
Yeah, okay. Marguerite moved and Maria seconded.
I will second it, yes. I will.
Oh.
No,
It's the-
I will not.
Okay.
Scott.
It's the M&M show.
Isabel, you can be the first speaker.
Thank you. I didn't see if it was very specific in there, so maybe that was me missing it. Do you have a public speaking pod in there? I think it would be very cool if when they started off their 10 weeks, one of the assignments is to prepare for the end of the program to give a presentation based on something they learned, but the presentation actually is community facing. So something of concern, of interest, a particular disease that is impacting their community. And they, as a young scientist, how would you work on this? How would you talk to your family and your community about this? But make them start to learn how to be public facing, take science out, and give them those skill sets to start, instead of waiting till they get to college and 12th year or whatever, 10th year.
Absolutely.
What is it, fourth year college?
Yeah, thank you for that. So one of the activities that the Spark students have to do as part of the requirements for the program is they have to do some kind of community outreach element that is public facing, like you say. And so they actually, a lot of them do some form of social media content, because it's most relevant to this training, this training group and this age group. And so, we work with our communications team and on that to facilitate the production of those types of, so sometimes they're blog posts, sometimes they're like TikTok videos, like a day in the life as a scientist, or a day in the life of an internship in a lab. So there's a lot of that type of content that actually is shared that they are required to do as part of their training. So
I still
they
think
get to participate in that.
old-fashioned presentations.
That too. They do present a poster at the trainee conference.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. Because I tell you what I would love to do is that then we're going to judge and then you're going to get an award. I mean, because there's too many kids who don't know how to present in a classroom. They're not challenged, they're not offered those classes, and then they get into the professional realm and they get them started early as possible, give them an opportunity, make them stretch themselves, and don't give them a tool they lean on, like, hiding behind, they could use a bot if they want, but it has to be part of the presentation. I mean, I just really want these kids to really start to learn multiple talents or develop multiple talents. And one is even the project that you're talking about that they're required to do, but they have to present it.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know how many different places they go. What are there, 5 or 6 different schools that get this right now? I mean,
Yeah, so they recruit from, you mean like where the students are recruited
Right,
from?
right.
Yeah, it's actually quite a competitive program because there's so much interest. They get hundreds and hundreds of applications each institution. And there's really only 10 slots for at least CIRM's support. Or sorry, well, 10 spots, but there will be 12. But yeah, so they do recruit from local high schools, and a lot of times they try to recruit from high schools in areas that are maybe less resourced and less represented as well. And so that is all part of the recruitment plan, so.
Right, and then you can tape it and then you can put it on Instagram or
yeah,
WhatsApp or something so that it carries forward. You know, we spread the word, the kids help spread the word, you know, they show their engagement, excitement, et cetera, et cetera. So you can have multiple reasons why you do this.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
I'll
that's-
judge.
That's part of, that's part of the
You
requirement.
Okay,
Thank you.
good suggestion, thanks. Do we have anyone else lined up any other board members want to comment on this ask for enhancing our EDUC3 program? And if not, we'll look to the public.
No hands raised.
No hands are raised. Okay, I think we can proceed then to a vote.
All those in the room here in South San Francisco in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed or abstentions, and I'll call the members on the phone. Iyad Al-Masri,
Yes.
Iyad? Sorry, I think you're muted.
Yes.
Great, thank you. Kim Barrett,
Aye.
George Blumenthal,
Yes.
Maria Bonifant,
Yes.
John Carruthers,
Aye.
Monica Carson,
Yes.
Marguerite Casillas,
Yes.
Judy Chow,
Yes.
Leandra Clark Harvey,
Yes.
Shannon Dahl,
Aye.
Isabel Derone,
Yes.
Mark Fisher Colby,
Yes.
Elena Flowers,
Yes.
Judy Gasson,
Yes.
Edom Bassiani.
Yes.
Rich Lahara,
Yes.
Pat Levitt,
Yes.
Ella Madma,
Yes.
Linda Malkus,
Yes.
Shlomo Melman,
Yes.
Carolyn Meltzer,
Yes.
Chris Miaskowski,
Yes.
Adriana Padilla,
Yes.
Joyce Saki,
Yes.
Shauna Stark,
Yes.
Carol Watson,
Yes.
Yael White,
Yes.
Kevin Zhu,
Yes.
and Keith Yamamoto.
Yes.
Great, thanks very much. Mr. Chair, the motion carries.
Oh, that's it. Good. Okay, thank you. We'd like now to move on to the next agenda item, which is consideration of our policy that manages our awards, and our Vice President of Operations, Ben Lewis, will make the presentation. Thank you. Ben?
Thank you, Dr. Bassiani, board members and public. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. As you may recall, in June of this year, I came to the ICOC to initiate the rulemaking process on our grants administration policy, and we revised and made changes into a new award management policy. And so after that, we have initiated that process, have opened it for public comment, made some revisions, and now I'm here today to give you an update on where we are in that process and present those revisions, as well as hopefully today get your approval to adopt this the new award management policy and move to next steps with the Office of Administrative Law. So with that, I'm just going to go through a couple of slides as background that I shared with you in June. CIRM's current grants administration policy is a set of regulations that govern the management of all CIRM awards, from application review through award closeout. The first iteration of these policies were in 2006, where the ICOC adopted the first grants administration policy. And then after that, in 2008, a particular policy for facilities and equipment grants. And after that time, the next time that these were amended were in 2016, where the board adopted the current active grants administration policies that were separated by program types. So our clinical trial stage projects, has one policy, and our discovery, translation, education grants have another policy. As mentioned in June of this year, the ICOC directed CIRM to initiate the formal rulemaking process to adopt a unified, what we are calling now an award management policy that aligns with our strategic goals and the goals of Proposition 14. And as a reminder, CIRM must follow the Office of Administrative Law rulemaking process for creating any new regulation. And so that is what we have started since that time in June. And just briefly, I just wanted to go through the high-level summary of those changes that I presented in June, the philosophy behind that, this new award management policy. We're shifting from our current use of 3 different grants administration policies to one unified, all-encompassing policy. This high-level policy removes distinction by program or organization type and offers consistency and adaptability as for future iterations of CIRM in our current strategic allocation framework. It maintains the chronological organization of our grant-making process. We did some housekeeping, so it removes duplicative references between other policies that we have in place, adds in new elements for Proposition 14 specifically, and streamlines language choice definitions that our hope is this provides a more clear, user-friendly, and timeless policy that we can have for years to come. And with that, we've also renamed that to award management policy. As one of those language choices, we used award and grant interchangeably, so we have unified that. So where are we in this process? This is a timeline of what we have to do to accomplish getting this into effect. In June, this board authorized the start of the rulemaking process. And since that time, we've been undergoing an initial submission to the Office of Administrative Law, which then we had to post to public comment. And we went through those reviews, received comments, reviewed, and made few revisions that are in the memo attached to the materials. And today we're here to, I'll be sharing with you the revisions that we made, as well as hopefully adopting this final policy so that we can implement it and operationalize it in early 2026. So the memo outlines all the revisions made, but what I will do in the next 2 slides is just highlight the key revisions that I wanted to share with you today. One revision that we made is that the effective date of this new policy will go into effect for all new awards at the time that is approved by the Office of Administrative Law. But for active awards, we will give a 6-month grace period to allow awardees to transition to any new policies or provisions. And that we're hoping that helps our awardees get up to speed on any new changes and also prepare and giving them a little bit more room than having it just be the date effective with OAL. We made some changes to limitation of CIRM liability. So we inserted additional language requiring awardees to ensure that subcontractors and recipients agree to indemnify CIRM to the same extent as the awardee. We also added language to allow an institution to provide equivalent protection under a self-insurance structure if an institution is not insured under a commercial policy, provided the institution adds CIRM as an additional covered party, and CIRM will have an annual certification of that process. And then the next 2 points that I'm going to cover are really to align with the federal government and the Office of Management and Budget Uniform Guidance. In reviewing our policies, our allowable facilities rates are mirrored against NIH in many fashions, and one of those is our total modified costs. So our facilities and indirect costs are calculated on typically are on a $25,000 for each service contract, subcontract, and consultant. But the, OMB has changed that to $50,000. And so we would like to align with OMB as it's more consistent for our awardees, but also advantageous for our awardees in incurring overhead. So we have made that change that it would be $50,000 in that policy. Additionally, our equipment policy, we've revised to align with uniform guidance on equipment for capitalization of equipment at $10,000. And the last piece pertains to our trainee funds. We removed a requirement that CIRM prior authorization would be required for any trainee funds that are unobligated at the end of any given period of a year, and replaced an allowance for carry forward to allow for flexibility for program directors to make those decisions and make whole cohorts of trainees. So if they can fully fund a whole trainee, they can do that without any prior authorization, as our intent is to train as many students as possible. And we also feel that we have enough compliance mechanisms in place to monitor that use of funding.
So is that like a rollover?
Essentially a rollover. It's giving that provision without having to go through the administrative steps of filing a report and talking it through. When we're already monitoring their funds, they can see that as well. So that's my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions that are in the memo or pertaining to the policy, but the request today is for the board to authorize the CIRM team to adopt this revised award management policy and to enable closure of the rulemaking process, which means we'll now start the process with Office of Administrative Law to make this a regulation.
Yeah, great, great, Jen. That was really very, very clear and lucid. Since this is a request of the board, it will require a vote. So I need a motion first to start discussion.
Go ahead. Motion.
Okay. I presume it's in favor.
In favor.
Recommendation. Okay, so.
Cleaning up the act.
And Margarita seconded it. Okay, you want?
Question. Yes. It's on the third, 2 pages back, the next one. There, the limitation of CIRM liability. I'm wondering if under this, when, and maybe even in some of our new programs, when an organization, an institution is maybe subcontracting a community-based organization to help them with recruitment and navigation or whatever, however is that CBO required to have its own policy, commercial policy provided, which can be very expensive for small agencies.
I'm going to pass that over to our general
So
counsel.
we don't extend our requirement for that commercial liability to the subcontractor. We limit it to the awardee. What the awardee contracts with the CBO would be up to them. We can certainly encourage them to be more easy to work with, if you will, because I think that's what you're trying to get to, that some people may not have the resources to be able to participate in these
I've
things.
been there.
Yeah, and absolutely. I mean, we don't, these are always mays. In other words, we can enforce these things. We have some flexibility with things, but these are the default provisions so that we can take everything into consideration if the need arises.
And so that'll be kind of a suggestion to, if it's required of the CBO or that other external subcontract, that given their own economic circumstances, you might suggest that the funded institution put a line item in there to cover their, just lay it out, to cover that need for their own insurance.
Yeah, we can certainly take a look at that and see how we can work.
How you word it or something.
Yeah.
I just think that that's something you should consider when you're starting to talk about going into communities and getting them to work with you. And if suddenly there's this requirement that you have to be insured as well to cover us partially, yada, yada. I think you really need to look at that.
And that certainly can factor into how we evaluate the situation, because that's probably where it would come up more often than not. Like we would be presented with a scenario like CBO may not have all the liability that you need. Are you okay with this? We can certainly look at, we'll evaluate the facts and circumstances, but we'll take sort of that as a preference, if you will, and apply that for sure.
Right, I just, for the public's sake, if they're wondering who's been speaking, to board member Daron, it's our chief legal counsel, Rafael Aguirre-Sacasa. Thank you. Any other board members want to discuss this? We don't see anyone. Do we have any members of the public with their hand raised? We do not. Okay, we can proceed to a vote on the award management policy.
All right, all those members in the room presently in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed? And any abstentions? And I'll pull the members on the phone. Iyad Al-Masri,
Yes.
Kim Barrett,
Aye.
George Blumenthal,
Yes.
John Carruthers,
Aye.
Deborah Dees,
I defer to Monica since she listened to most of the conversation.
Very good.
Yes.
Ron Carson, thank you. Judy Chow,
Aye.
Leandra Carparvi,
Aye.
Shannon Dahl,
Aye.
and Marie Liege. Mark Fisher Colbury,
Yes.
Dana Flowers,
Yes.
Judy Gasson,
Yes.
Rich Lahara,
Yes.
Pat Levitt,
Yes.
Ala Magna,
Yes.
Linda Malkus,
Yes.
Shlomo Melman, Shlomo? No. Carolyn Meltzer.
She said, yeah.
I think you're on
I'm
mute.
lip reading.
Aye. Sorry.
Thank you. Chris Miaskowski,
Yes.
Adriana Padilla,
Yes.
Lloyd Saki,
Yes.
Shauna Stark,
Yes.
Carol Watson,
Yes.
Yael White,
Yes.
Kevin Zhu,
Yes.
and Keith Yamamoto.
Yes.
Great, thanks very much.
Great, thank you. Let's move now
Yeah,
to.
thank you and the team. It was great work.
Yeah.
Item number 13 will return us to our Chief Legal Counsel for his presentation, which is a consideration of the recommendation from our own governance subcommittee. And this regards CIRM's internal employee conflict of interest policy. Sorry. Raphael,
Thank you,
please.
Dr. Mbashani. Does the subcommittee, governance subcommittee, you want to say anything about this? or
To
no?
start this, or will they let you?
All right, just good enough. All right, perfect. Good afternoon, board members and members of the public. My name is Raphael Aguirre-Sacas, and I'm the general counsel for CIRM. It's my pleasure today to walk you through the proposed amendments to the employee conflict of interest policy. The employee COI policy was first adopted in 2005 and is designed to ensure impartiality, transparency, and public trust by preventing CIRM employees from participating in matters where personal, professional, or financial interests could influence or appear to influence their official duties. The proposed amendments strengthen these safeguards by clarifying definitions, expanding participation restrictions, and formalizing the disclosure and resolution process. Oh, sorry. There we go. The initial set of changes focuses on the clarifying definitions and expanding employee prohibitions triggering employee recusal. First, we align the definition of immediate family member with the Political Reform Act to ensure consistency with state law. Second, we expanded the circumstances under which an employee must refrain from participating in the review of an application or contract. Specifically, the updated policy expands the recusal triggering restrictions on employee and family employment relationships at applicant institutions. It also clarifies the term financial benefit, again, to align with the PRA, which includes the concepts of both direct and indirect monetary gains. The policy also specifies that a CIRM employee may not review an application with a principal investigator who has served as a research collaborator, trainer, or mentor of the employee within the preceding 3 years. It also reaffirms that conflicted CIRM employees may not respond to applications or RFPs where they are conflicted beyond providing publicly available general CIRM information. Lastly, the policy adds new investment restrictions that prohibit employees from investing in or trading companies that A, have received or applied for CIRM funding, or are reasonably understood based on publicly available information to devote 20% or more of their research budget to cell and gene therapy research. If the conflict arises in such a situation, the CIRM employee must begin divestiture within 90 days of learning of the conflict and must not participate in any aspect of the application review. Diversified mutual funds remain exempt, and any investments under $10,000 are still governed by the PRA. Any questions so far? Okay. This slide continues with 2 additional categories of amendments. First, regarding professional activities, the updated policy specifies that employees may hold uncompensated voluntary clinical faculty roles, so long as the role provides no financial benefit and is not connected to any CIRM funded project. Second, we strengthened and formalized our disclosure and compliance framework. Employees now submit both an initial and an annual conflicts disclosure form of any known conflicts. They must also report any new or changed conflicts within 5 days of knowledge. Employees who identify a conflict must immediately recuse themselves from all applicant-related activities. The legal department will then conduct a formal review of the facts and circumstances. It will issue a written determination and document the outcomes. Finally, the policy now includes disciplinary consequences for failing to disclose or comply with these requirements, up to and including termination. In summary, these enhancements establish a clearer and more consistent process for identifying and resolving conflicts of interest. CIRM requests that the ICOC approve the proposed amendments to the CIRM Employee Conflict of Interest Policy.
Thank you very much, Raphael. And the governance subcommittee reviewed this in our meeting in December, and it was unanimously recommended to the board to approve these changes to the conflict of interest policy.
Great, thank you, Judy, for the comment. No one's moved to accept this yet, right? I need a motion to start discussion to accept.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Yeah, Kim Barrett and Judy. Judy the second? Yeah, Judy seconded. Good, okay. Any board member want to comment on our conflict of interest policy? Seems pretty straightforward. Any member of the public? No, okay. So you can vote to approve.
All those in the room in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Iyad Al-Masri,
Aye.
Kim Barrett,
Aye.
George Blumenthal. George, sorry, I think you're muted me.
Aye, yes.
Thank you. John Carruthers,
Aye.
Deborah Dees,
Aye.
Judy Chow,
Aye.
Leandra Clark Harvey,
Aye.
Shannon Dahl,
Aye.
Mark Fisher Colbreth,
Yes.
Elena Flowers,
Yes.
Lee Gaston,
Yes.
Rich Lahara,
Yes.
Pat Levitt,
Yes.
Hala Magnat,
Yes.
Linda Malkus,
Yes.
Carolyn Meltzer,
Yes.
Chris Miaskowski,
Yes.
Adriana Padilla,
Yes.
Joyce Sackey,
Yes.
Jonna Stark,
Yes.
Carol Watson,
Yes.
Jael White,
Yes.
Kevin Zhu,
Yes.
Keith Yamamoto.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries.
Okay, thank you, Scott, very much. Great. Folks, now we can move on to consider our accessibility and affordability strategy, our agenda item number 14. And the presentation will be made by our Chief Science Officer, Dr. Rosa Canet-Aviles. Rosa?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if Madam Vice Chair wanted to say a few words.
I did. Just a second, please.
Yes, just wanted to ask if the present, can you see well, or are you seeing the presenters?
Hi. Thank you, Rosa. The patient access team and the Access and Affordability Working Group have spent the last several months crafting and refining the strategy you're about to hear. Conversations with key stakeholders, experts, and individual members of the working group were instrumental in what you are about to hear. I want to thank the team for all the work they put into this. The strategy is not static and is meant to evolve as we learn more. Again, this endeavor is not easy nor straightforward, but it is worth all the effort. So thank you, Rosa, and if you could please continue with the presentation.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. So thank you, members of the board as well, for your attention to this, and the Affordability and Accessibility Working Group for their great feedback, the patient access team for their collaborative work, the preclinical development lead, Dr. Shyam Patel, and the clinical development lead as well, Dr. Joe Gold. It's been a labor of love developing this strategy, and obviously Dr. Jeff Lomax from the patient access team. So as we all know, we are reaching a defining moment at CIRM where funded therapies are approaching approval. And we will see some of these in our portfolio presentation in March. But science alone won't get these therapies to California. So our job is to ensure access and affordability are built into the entire life cycle. And we've started some of these steps. But we need to do this in the context of an overall framework strategy. So this strategy shifts CIRM from funding innovation to enabling this real world impact, ensuring that every taxpayer-funded therapy has a viable path to reach all eligible patients. Today, what I will do on behalf of our team and our co-chair, Dr. Maria Bonneville, and our Accessibility and Affordability Working Group, is to walk you through how we can make this real, our implementation roadmap for access and affordability, and the concrete steps that we are taking to ensure that CIRM-funded therapies can reach patients across California. The detailed elements, timelines, operational architecture, and the program-specific plans are all included in the strategic document and the memo provided in the background documents. And thank you, Claudette and Scott, for making those available. Those details will also surface in the implementation programs when we bring forward in the months ahead. So without less further ado, the structure of the presentation is the following. I'm just going to go through very quickly our goal and the background and objectives, and then at a high level, what does this implementation plan consist in, and then what could be the milestones that we could be expecting, and then the request for the ICOC. So thank you for your attention. So the goal today is straightforward, is to present the access and affordability strategy to our board for approval. In November, the Accessibility and Affordability Working Group reviewed the strategy and recommended it to move forward. And today is the final step in that process, which is to bring it to the full board for consideration and approval. Proposition 14 gave us a clear mandate, which is to enhance patient access and promote affordability. This mandate is not theoretical, it is actionable. So we have analyzed the barriers that occur within the system and developed a strategy that responds directly to those barriers. And it lays out how we move from individual program elements to a coordinated system that ensures that our therapies are not just developed, but will get delivered to Californians who need them. And as our colleague Amy Adams would say, to get cures to patients in California. Right, Amy? The strategy is built on three interconnected objectives. The first one is the clinical infrastructure integration. And this is an objective that integrates basically the work that we are doing through our alpha clinics, and that we might be doing later as well. The community care centers for excellence that just got the first phase was approved for funding, and our patient support program, so that they operate as a unified statewide network. So that could be the main objective of this first, the work of that objective. The second one is policy and payer engagement. This leverages our portfolio and convening power to build payer confidence. It shapes shaping also reimbursement models and advanced state-led pilots that accelerate coverage. And finally, the third objective is affordability and financial innovation, which embeds planning early to reduce or eliminate patient out-of-pocket costs and ensure coverage models so curative therapies are truly accessible to all Californians. So what I'm going to do in the next slides is I'll go through each one of these elements with what's the goal and what are the actions that at a high level, again, that we intend to take. And again, this was all developed in collaboration with our Accessibility and Affordability Working Group. So our first implementation pillar is about transforming our existing clinical programs into a unified statewide access network. And actually, one of the things I didn't say is not only the clinical infrastructure, is the clinical programs that we fund through Clean2 as well that are embedded within that, right? So the goal here is very clear, is to create a performance-driven network infrastructure that drives geographically distributed access of self-funded clinical trials and therapies, making the resulting treatments and cures broadly accessible to California patients, not only at major academic centers, but across California, including regions that have historically been left out of advanced care. And that starts with the CCCEs, the PSP, the community-based organization expanded program that we will be talking in the future. So this requires alignment and integration across all these programs to accelerate trial startup, to eliminate geographic disparities, and to ensure Californians statewide can receive these therapies. And this network is built through these 4 integrated components that I've mentioned now and that you can see in the slide. So this slide shows how each component of this infrastructure contributes to a unified system designed for equitable access and accelerated delivery, and the actions that we propose to implement this. First of all, the Alpha Clinics, we proposed to enhance operational performance of CIRM-funded trials. We are already doing this. So this is not new, but it's part of the whole strategy. So this is to promote coordination between CLIN2 awardees and our Alpha Clinics to reduce operational bottlenecks for rapid enrollment of California patients. The second action is to deploy the standardized metrics across Alpha Clinics. And this is something that we've already started. We are going to also implement it into the Community Care Centers for Excellence. So this is to expand and implement uniform reporting for trial volume, enrollment diversity, retention, insurance status, socioeconomic geographic reach, to evaluate the impact that the Alpha Clinics have and adapt to our programs to better serve Californians, and to be able to inform the board what are the outcomes that we are getting and how are we hitting all those milestones. The second component is the Community Care Centers for Excellence, and the actions that we could be taking here is to partner with the Alpha Clinics. So in this integration, we could be establishing a structured referral standards and data sharing across both the Community Care Centers for Excellence and the Alpha Clinics to create a coordinated patient pipelines. The second is the geographic expansion, which could be to expand geographic reach of program through future funding. So as Maria, our co-chair, mentioned earlier on, we have some money that was left on the first delivery, on the first CCCE funding, and we are going to be evaluating how are we going to be able to reach some of the areas that have not been reached geographically, especially the north of California. The third one is early phase readiness. So we need to build capacity at the Community Care Centers for Excellence to support IND enabling and first-in-human studies. And we are already doing through the already funded CCCs is part of the milestones that they have. And same as with the Alpha Clinics, is to deploy standardized metrics to implement this uniforming reporting that I was mentioning to better serve our Californian patients and to be able to report to the board. The third element, we are going to hear a lot from our colleague Nimit Ruparel, sorry, Nimit, I confused Shaman you with the names. So Nimit will be talking about this after my presentation. And the patient support program, some of the actions that we could be doing is to integrate as well with the Alpha Clinics and CLIN2s, to have ancillary support to expand to cover additional clinical trial costs to reduce barriers for underserved patients. And Nimi can talk about this a little bit more in detail. And then the final thing would be outcome and equity tracking. So measuring and tracking patient referrals and demographics and the services used to evaluate the impact that this PSP program has and adapt to how best provide patient support services to Californians. And the last element or key component of this clinical infrastructure integration is the expansion of the community-based organization program. We already have community-based organization that are working with our community care centers for excellence through the first 3 funded programs. However, there is a need to do some mapping and analysis to compare CIRM trial participants with the Californians demographic distribution to identify which areas might not be we haven't reached yet. We are discussing the development of a pilot program to launch a program that could cover some of those needs, and this could be this is something in development, so that the board could hear more about this later, and it could be prioritizing high need regions identified in this gap analysis. And in terms of metrics and accountability, this has to do with collecting data on outreach and referrals and trial enrollment and equity impacts, and being able to coordinate. The CBO coordination is to align and coordinating funded CBOs to standardize materials like education and culturally relevant outreach materials. The goal with this clinical infrastructure integration is that by implementing all these actions from individual sites and programs to a coordinated statewide infrastructure built for equity, for speed, and for basically real-world readiness. So how are we going to, what do we expect with this integration? Here are the measurable outcomes that could demonstrate an impact, not activity. We expect to see year-over-year increases. Can you still see? Oh, sorry, something happened. Can you still see my presentation? Something popped up. You can still see it? Okay, if nobody says anything.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, there's an overlay.
We can't see it.
Okay, because let me just stop sharing and share again, if that's okay.
No.
1 second, something happened. I saw it pop up, so promise I didn't touch anything. Let's see. Can you see my presentation?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So these are the measurable outcomes that could demonstrate impact, not activity. We expect to see year-over-year increases in participation from underserved populations, and the metrics will help us measure that, showing that this infrastructure, meaning the integrated infrastructure that CIRM is funding, is actually actively closing equity gaps. By 27-28, at least 90% of the alpha clinics and community care centers for excellence will be reporting standardized metrics. And our team, Emily Crotty and Jeff Lomax and Cameron have been working a lot on this, on implementing this, giving us real-time insight into performance and access. We'll have a statewide map identifying exactly where Californians can access trials and therapies, and we will expand our geographic coverage in alignment with population need, not just historical convenience. And finally, we will achieve consistency in outreach and engagement across the network. And this is something that's more nascent, and we need to discuss it further, and then we will come to the AWG and the board to present. And ensuring that no community is left behind simply because they are not connected to a major medical center. And we will obviously do this in collaboration with our communications team, which is essential for this. Now I'm going to go into the second objective. I went backwards and now I'm going forward. Our second strategic objective addresses one of the biggest barriers to patient access today, which is not science, but it's reimbursement. Payers are facing real uncertainty around the durability and long-term value of these therapies, which leads to inconsistent coverage decisions and delays in patient access. And CIRM is uniquely positioned to change that. As a steward of Californians' investment and with visibility across the therapeutic development pipeline that we are funding, We can potentially use our portfolio data and infrastructure to build payer confidence. This is easier said than done, but it's something that we could work around, shape reimbursement models, and help drive policy solutions, not after therapies are approved, but in parallel with their development. This pillar has three core components: structured payer engagement framework to facilitate early data-driven dialogue, a California cell and gene therapy reimbursement pilot to test new payment models in partnership with public and commercial payers, and a strategic policy advocacy to ensure equity and coverage are built into statewide systems. This is how we ensure that curative therapies move from scientific breakthrough to this access for real people in California. And this slide outlines the proposed actions on how we could operationalize our payer engagement strategy. What we are proposing under this objective is a proactive approach to build payer readiness in parallel with the development of the therapies. First, through a structured payer engagement framework, we could initiate target engagement with public and private payers to address shared challenges such as durability, evidence, long-term cost modeling, and budget impact, using CIRM's portfolio as the foundation for data-driven dialogue. We propose to convene technical evidence exchange sessions to review emerging outcomes and durability data and to identify evidence gaps early. This framework could lay the groundwork for future reimbursement pilot models tied to CIRM-funded therapies. Second, we propose supporting the launch of a California-based cell and gene therapy reimbursement pilot in partnership with a public payer to test the scalable payment approaches that link costs to outcomes and distribute financial risks. This is using real-world evidence emerging from our clinical programs. The pilot could be in a specific disease therapy. And third, through policy advocacy, we would work with the state agencies to align early life screening pathways with clinical infrastructure, ensuring equity remains central under Proposition 14, and help shape policy options that can enable timely coverage once these therapies are ready for patient delivery. The expected outcomes for this second objective, if the strategy is approved, could be that we would first establish formal engagement channels with a public payer and at least two major commercial payers by fiscal year 28-29. As you all know, we are also hiring for a leader for this patient access team, and we will get more expertise on this, and creating proactive pathways for coverage rather than waiting for reimbursement decisions after approval. Second, we could support the launch of a California reimbursement pilot for cell and gene therapies by 34-35, providing a real-world testbed for sustainable payment models. We've had some questions about why fiscal year 34-35. This is the final, so if we have commercial therapies in the next 5-6 years, having these available by the end of CIRM is what we are striving for, but we could hope that this could happen before. But 34-35 is when CIRM could end if there is no more funding, right? So that's where we would have established that for sure. We expect that it could happen before. Another expected outcome is that our policy advocacy work helps lead toward integrating early diagnosis and genetic screening pathways into trial enrollment to ensure that eligible patients, not just diagnosed patients, have access at the earliest possible point. And ultimately, the goal is a measurable reduction in access disparities tied to socioeconomic barriers. And now I'm going to go, so this is very, very ambitious, but this is how these are the objectives that we are proposing. And the third objective is in the realm of affordability and financial innovation. This third objective recognizes that the therapy is only as impactful as it is accessible. So even with a treatment, when a treatment is curative, if patients cannot afford it or the payers are not prepared to cover it, the promise of these therapies are lost, right? So our proposal is to embed affordability planning early within the R&D process itself, rather than waiting until commercialization. And as you all know, we have piloted this with our accessibility and affordability toolkit that has been developed in collaboration with our preclinical development and our clinical development. So Sham and Joe have already implemented it in their programs, and we've already piloted this. Under these strategies, CIRM could use its funding and convening power to require structured affordability milestones within awards and to test innovative financial models that reduce patient cost and the risk-payer adoption. This includes addressing cost drivers in manufacturing, integrating reimbursement expectations into portfolio management, and developing statewide pilots for sustainable access. And then the goal is not just scientific success, but ensuring that every CIRM-funded therapy is deliverable in the real world and aligned with Californians' commitment, in alignment with our commitment for public benefit. This pillar builds on work that we've already piloted, as I was mentioning, and moves it into full implementation. First, we are formalizing access and affordability planning within awards. As you all know, every CLEAN2 and PDEP project now includes embedded milestones to demonstrate early payer engagement and cost planning based on the ANA toolkit. Second, we propose advancing financial modeling and innovation to ensure long-term sustainability, and this could include developing novel financial approaches in collaboration with leading experts. And importantly, we have expertise in-house. Our president brings deep experience in the development of such models and will play a key role in helping drive and shape these pathways as they are refined and brought forward for board consideration. We could also integrate these models into funding decisions and leverage our programs to reduce costs through manufacturing innovation. And third, we are proposing a rare disease commercialization and financial innovation program to address therapies with limited commercial incentives. And this will allow us to test new models for sustainable delivery where additional reimbursement pathways fall short. Together, these actions ensure that therapies emerging from CIRM's pipeline are not only scientifically viable, but also affordable, scalable, and deliverable to patients in the real world. And the expected outcomes for this third objective is that if the strategy is approved, the outcomes could aim to achieve, could include full integration of affordability milestones into CLEAN2 and PDEP awards by fiscal year 26-27, ensuring that every late-stage program incorporates concrete plans for reimbursement and patient cost considerations. And as you know, we work with consultants to help us advise the grantees, as well as to review those plans at the review time. The second expected outcome is by fiscal year 31-32, we would expect to implement at least one California-based financial pilot designed to test new affordability models in partnership with payers and build a blueprint for broader adoption. And longer term, the goal is a sustained adoption of affordability frameworks by public payers and commercial payers for therapies emerging from CIRM's pipeline, signaling that these models are not just one-off experiments, but viable pathways for equitable access in California. And I think it did the same thing again, so I'm going to stop and I'm going to do that before we all realize that this happened. 1 second, not sure why it's going on, but I'll just go quick. So now I'm just going to go through the near-term milestones that we could be looking at. These near-term milestones, and then I will go through the long-term milestones and then just ask to the board. So these near-term milestones represent the foundational steps that we could take if this is approved to operationalize the strategy over the next 2 fiscal years. Operationally, our first priority could be to finalize the internal governance structure to ensure accountability, clarity of roles, and coordination across programs. This means, we need to have a person in place to lead the patient access team, but also the ANA function is a function that includes preclinical and clinical, the patient access, and in coordination with our accessibility and affordability working group and Maria's leadership. So for objective 1, we could implement implement a standardized metrics across alpha clinics, community care centers for excellence, and expand our reach to underrepresented populations by onboarding additional community-based partners that support engagement, referral, and enrollment. For objective 2, we could initiate the payer engagement framework and launch the first knowledge exchange session to begin building payer readiness in parallel with clinical development. And for objective 3, we could bring in external financial modeling experts to deliver recommendations that will inform future pilots and ensure CIRM-funded therapies are positioned for sustainable access. These are early milestones that are designed to build momentum quickly and establish alignment and begin generating the data needed to guide long-term decision-making. In terms of the looking ahead into the future, by fiscal year 34-35, which is when CIRM could no longer have any more good end, if we are not refunded. These are the long-term milestones that the strategy is designed to deliver if approved. Under objective 1, we aim to demonstrate measurable increases in participation from underrepresented populations across all alpha clinics and community care centers for excellence. The second objective, we could support the initiation of a California reimbursement pilot in partnership with a public payer and at least 2 commercial payers, creating a functioning model that can be scaled statewide. By this stage, our goal is that 100% of BLA-ready therapies emerging from CIRM's portfolio will have concrete access and reimbursement plans, positioning them for real-world delivery. Finally, under objective 3, we aim to operationalize a sustainable commercialization model for at least 1 rare disease therapy, demonstrating that CIRM can address diseases with limited commercial pathways and still deliver impact for California patients. These milestones represent a major shift from programs that generate groundbreaking science to a coordinated system that ensures California patients can access the cures that their public investment has helped to create. So that's what we could be trying to get to. And finally, and I've gone very fast, but finally, the CIRM team requests approval to the of the access and affordability strategy by the ICOC. And thank you very much for your attention.
Great. Thank you, Rosa, for the presentation. This is a request to change strategy, which require a vote of the board. So I will need a motion to accept Rosa's recommendation.
So moved.
We have a motion. And Leandra seconded. Thank you. Board members have questions for Rosa or Maria or anyone?
Yes, this is Shannon. A lot of great work going into an important area here, and I'm very supportive of the direction it's going in. I think a lot of the details will come to play as you continue to refine the strategy. So just a couple of comments on areas where you may consider details if you haven't already. First, kind of considering the role of what's CIRM's role versus the awardee's role. Are you trying to build the bridges with payers and they're sharing the evidence? Are you trying to build the system and taking them along with you? So considering that, and in that, are you expecting every awardee to be required to share their evidence with the payers that you're speaking with? Is that part of their contract of being required to share evidence? So, just thinking through how you're going to have access to all of this information to support these discussions, I think is part of it as well. Secondly, there are approved products in this area. And so how do we leverage what's already been done and been known and build from that and not invent the wheel from the beginning. So just give some thought to, how to use that as a starting point. And then thirdly, it's a work in progress as the strategy evolves over the next decade. And so I think as you evolve it, you'll just want to be really clear across the organization about what's a recommendation versus a requirement at different systems as you go. Even as we heard today, was it a requirement or a recommendation to have the affordability in the CLIN 2 program? Is it, a requirement or a recommendation to share data with payers? So those kinds of things, just being really clear as you evolve the strategy. But overall, very supportive.
Thank you. That's excellent feedback, and we will definitely take it account and report as we move along. Thank you so much, Dr. Vidal.
Thanks, Shannon. I don't see any other hands. No? Do we have anyone from the public wanting to comment? No, we don't. Oh, I'm sorry, Keith. There you are.
Hi, Rosa, thank you very much for this. From past conversations that we've had, as well as conversations within the board, how very important developing these strategies and pathways is, and that it's long been my feeling, and I know yours as well, that CIRM is an organization that is well situated to be doing these kinds of experiments, to be enunciating these imperatives. And I think that what you've laid out is terrific. Having said that, as you went through the various bullet points and moving toward ANA, it's pretty easy to recognize, and I know you recognize that a lot of those bullets really have to do a lot of work. That is, it's good to say engage payers. But actually being able to do that effectively is a lot of work because of the way that the whole payment system has evolved in this country, and very complicated, very much profit driven, and is going to be complicated. So that's just a comment. I mean, it's not to say anything about whether this should be pursued or whether it's not possible. I think it's a huge challenge, but it's one that we've got to take on. The one thing that I would add, just to see whether you have thought about it, is whether there should be something added at the front end, where you that access, of course, requires that the therapy or drug or device actually be developed, that some private sector company, presumably for profit, but that's for discussion, but that somebody actually put in the investment to develop the therapy or drug or device, and that you can then think about, you can then struggle with how to make it accessible and affordable. We know, as CIRM knows, that in itself is a problem with developing therapies for ultra rare diseases, where there's 3 patients in the country per year or something like that. What company is going to take on the challenge, even if the possibilities for developing something successfully are very high? And I'm just wondering if you gave any thought to, in thinking about ANA broadly, whether you gave any thought to that very front end of looking for pathways and policies that could move that ball forward, that could say, this is something that doesn't have any kind of vision at this front end for actually allowing a company to profit from taking the risk and doing the work to develop something that can then go through a struggle of making it affordable and accessible.
Yeah, thank you, Keith, as always. Excellent comments. First of all, you're absolutely right that many of the components that we have presented are complex and that will require sustained and coordinated work. And that's precisely why we had to develop a strategy so we have a framework and a path to get there. On your point about whether access ultimately depends on a therapy or device being developed by a private sector partner, I would say that access always requires a committed commercial partner, I think, most of the times. And our Clean 2 and PDEP requirements already ensure that awardees show commercial readiness and payer-aligned planning through the accessibility and affordability toolkit. So I think that we are thinking this, and it will be necessary in order to make this possible. I don't know if I've answered your question or if anyone wants to add to this, Maria or someone else.
I agree with your comments, Rosa, regarding the partnerships. So I also agree with Keith's comment that this is all complicated and a lot of work set before us. And I think luckily the proposition does allow for us to hire specifically into this area and also engage consultants specifically around this work. So I think it's going to be a combination of both expanding the team as well as outside consultants to help us achieve these goals.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. I guess to put a finer point on my question is whether it's merited, whether there's some logic behind actually building in at this front end, ensuring that policies and practices and maybe regulations that ensure that the therapeutic or device that you want to struggle to make affordable and accessible is actually produced. And whether that is something that you can actually build into, you could think logically could be viewed as the very, very front end of this challenge of affordability and accessibility.
I think that's something, I mean, Rosa, I think that's something you and the CLIN team really have to look at to see if that's something that's doable and possible. Go ahead, sorry.
No, I think it's a very important point, and I appreciate that Dr. Yamamoto raising it. I think that's really what we are doing with development programs through the two programs that I mentioned under Shams Patel's leadership and Joe Gold's leadership. We require awardees to show like credible commercialization pathway, manufacturing readiness, partnership strategy, reimbursement and payer alignment planning. I think those requirements are built there to ensure that the projects that we fund are not only scientifically sound, but positioned to this production that you are mentioning. I don't know, are you talking about something more specific that we are not catching? Because we are happy to think about it. I'm just not understanding if there's something that we are missing.
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think that well, if you look at some of the ultra rare diseases that CIRM has taken on, that get to licensure, and then the company doesn't do anything because they decide there's too much risk as opposed to the probability of payout. And I think that's a problem that increasingly is going to be present as we better understand the real fine distinctions between diseases and their causation and progression, and that every disease becomes rare in that sense, that it's the disease of that particular individual that has had those experiences, that live in that environment and so forth. So the therapies that need to be developed will be different from one person to another. Maybe not approaching the situation with ultra rare diseases of 3 cases in the country per year, but certainly they become rare because we understand what the distinctions are from one patient to another.
Thank you for clarifying, Dr. Yamamoto. Yes, we will definitely take it into account and appreciate very much your feedback.
Okay, not seeing any other hands up or telephone calls, we can proceed to a vote then, to accept the recommendations.
Okay, all those members in the room in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, any abstentions? And I'll call the members on the Zoom. Iyad Al-Masri,
Yes.
Kim Barrett,
Aye.
George Blumenthal,
Yes.
John Carruthers,
Aye.
Deborah Dees,
Aye.
Judy Chow,
Aye.
Leandra Clark Harvey,
Aye.
Shannon Dahl,
Aye.
Mark Fisher Colby. Yes. Elena Flowers,
Yes.
Judy Gasson,
Yes.
Rich Lahara,
Yes.
Ed Levitt,
Yes.
Hala Madna. What?
Did you say Linda yet?
You just took the words out of my mouth.
Okay, yeah, yes.
Great, thanks. Carolyn Meltzer,
Yes.
Chris Miaskowski,
Yes.
Adriana Padilla,
Yes.
Shauna Stark,
Yes.
Carol Watson,
Yes.
Yael White,
Yep.
Kevin Zhu,
Aye.
and Keith Yamamoto.
Yes.
Thank you very much, and the motion carries.
Motion carries. Thank you, Scott, for the vote. Good. Next agenda item is number 15. It's an update on our patient support program. It's going to be presented by our senior project manager in patient access and support programs, Nimit Ruparel. And if I'm not mistaken, this is Nimit's inaugural presentation to the board. It's all yours. Don't be nervous.
Yeah. Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Madam Vice Chair and ICOC members for the opportunity to share this update on the progress of the patient support program. So my name is Nimit Ruparel. I'm the program manager for the PSP, and we last provided an update to this group about this initiative back in March of last year. So I'm excited to share these updates on the progress we've made with the program. And before I begin, I want to also thank my CIRM colleagues in patient access, grants management, finance, and legal, who have been key partners in informing the program management and implementation of the PSP up to this point, and will remain key partners as we continue to expand the program. So the goal of my presentation today is to provide an update on the status of the PSP and what we've learned from the program to date, as well as answer any questions about the program. So we're going to cover a little bit of background around the PSP, then I'm going to dive into the program implementation timeline, review our current status and the learnings from our pilot, and then talk about where we're going next with the program. So as a quick reminder, PSP was developed as a way to efficiently distribute funds from the Patient Assistance Fund per Proposition 14, which states that royalties that accrue to CIRM from funded research should be deposited into a patient assistance fund that should be used to reimburse research patient participants for qualified costs. And in Proposition 14, this is further defined to include things like travel and associated lodging, childcare, meals, and other expenses that are incurred by patients as a result of participating in CIRM-funded trials. The PSP is also tied into CIRM's Strategic Allocation Framework, SAF, goal number 5, which relates to strengthening our clinical infrastructure connectivity to ensure enhanced referrals, enrollment, and retention of California patients in clinical trials. As a quick reminder on the funding sources for this program, as I mentioned earlier, the Patient Assistance Fund created by Prop 14 is a dedicated fund. It's set aside for use by eligible California residents enrolled in CIRM-funded trials, and it currently has around $15.6 million in it. The PSP itself is funded by a separate $2.5 million, which was issued as an infrastructure award for program design, planning, and operational expenses, supported by CIRM's access and affordability budget. And this grant was issued to ensure that a mechanism was created to distribute funds from the PAF to directly address patient financial and logistical barriers to being able to stay on and complete trials. And the key point here is that there are these two separate funding mechanisms that are related to the PSP, and we are monitoring utilization of both in administering the program. So the PSP awardee, who was the recipient of the $2.5 million grant, was required to perform 4 primary operational activities. The first is patient intake and navigation through development of a call center. The second is assessing eligibility for access to PSP support. The third is distributing payments for eligible expenses. And then the fourth is coordinating with CIRM and trial sites to maintain accounting and assurance of non-duplication of permitted costs. This slide provides an overview of the types of support that the PSP offers, as well as the limits we've applied in our business rules around how much we allow for each of these different support service types. And I also want to point out that we do provide some additional support for caregivers for nutrition and travel. In the RFA, other service types such as childcare were discussed as support services that could be provided by this program. And this is something we're working with our vendor to assess feasibility for in the future. But for the pilot and for this update, these are the 4 service types that we will be discussing. I also want to note that we've implemented a process to review exceptions where a patient may request additional funds beyond what's listed here on a case-by-case basis, so that we can make sure that the program is flexible to the needs of patients. In order to give a sense of the patient experience within the PSP, I wanted to review this slide, which illustrates the patient journey as they make their way through the program. So the first step is that the patient gets enrolled into a CIRM-funded clinical trial or into a screening appointment at their clinical care site. Then at one of their early trial-related appointments, a study coordinator who's been made aware of the PSP through the Alpha clinics or through our Quin2 outreach and onboarding will sit with the patient, and if they believe that the patient requires support, they will complete the PSP enrollment form with them. And this is a really important step because it gives the coordinator a chance to explain the program to the patient and provides an opportunity to answer any questions that they might have. The patient then calls into the PSP where our agents will promptly answer the phone and connect to translation services if needed in order to confirm the patient's eligibility. And then protocols are also in place for when a patient calls during off hours or holidays to ensure timely callback and follow-up. The CIRM PSP agent then enrolls the patient in the program and gathers information about their upcoming study visits, including travel dates. And then the agent will reach back out to the study coordinator at the clinical trial site to confirm the patient's enrollment in the trial, as well as their study visit dates to help book any necessary travel or transportation. The agent will coordinate all transportation, travel, and lodging needs for the patient, and then will activate their virtual debit card, adding the appropriate level of funding necessary for their nutrition and travel needs. And then before treatment, the agent will contact the patient to review these details and then check in with them either 24 or 48 hours prior to travel. And then once the patient is receiving support, the agent checks in with them at least weekly to make sure everything is going smoothly. And then the patient is also prompted with text messages or emails at critical touch points throughout the process after they're enrolled. And so overall, this provides an overview of our kind of hands-on proactive communication approach that allows us to support the patient from trial enrollment all the way through their study visit while ensuring compliance and operational efficiency. So the last few slides provided an overview of how the program works. I want to kind of zoom back out and provide a reminder of how we worked to develop this program, which has been discussed for several years. So the AAWG was convened back in 2022 to determine the program mechanism and scope. The CIRM board approved the concept plan, including the $2.5 million allocation in March of 2023. In June of 2023, we released the RFA for the program. And then in March of 2024, Eversana was selected as the vendor for the program. Late last year, we launched a pilot for the program at 3 of our Alpha Clinic sites with the goal of completing a 5-patient enrollment pilot phase. And then in the summer of this year, we enrolled our 5th patient, and then I was hired as the program manager for the program to manage the day-to-day operations. So I mentioned that we launched an initial pilot, and I'd like to review some of what we've achieved so far. Here, bear in mind that this pilot was over a limited sample size. Like I mentioned, it was only at 3 Alpha Clinic sites, and it was a small patient population of 5. But the first key finding was that the program was well received by participating Alpha Clinics and patients, in particular because of the smooth enrollment process through text and email, which I kind of went through, which allows for efficient communication with patients. Patients and trial sites also noted that they appreciated the use of the prepaid debit cards, which increases accessibility and it reduces administrative burden on the patient. And so, for example, there's been cases where a patient has appeared on site and they were able to be provisioned access to their card on the spot to begin accessing support. And that is something that might not have been possible if we were using a reimbursement system. And finally, the platform has been shown to be adaptable to emerging needs. So for example, when we first launched, the program did not have the ability to provide support for ground transportation. This was identified as a need very quickly, and then we were able to add it on as a support service on the fly. And so while all of these are kind of notable successes through the pilot, we also identified some challenges with the program, which I'm going to cover next. So the pilot surfaced a few key areas that we've been focused on improving within the program. The first is reporting. So we've identified ways to make our reporting more comprehensive and clear in terms of tracking the categories of spending patients have utilized. This led to changes that Eversana has already implemented. And this is really important because, as I mentioned earlier, we're tracking 2 different funding sources in implementing the program. And so this enhanced reporting is really allowing us to ensure compliant usage of the Patient Assistance Fund. Secondly, although using debit cards does lead to program flexibility, it requires that we have a very strong allowable merchant code system in place to ensure compliant use of funds. And so we worked during the pilot on refining the allowable merchant codes in the system to review all of the categories that are covered, that are offered by our debit card vendor, and then align our system with categories that are of allowable expenses that are typically seen in clinical trials. We then implemented processes where both Eversana and myself will regularly review transactions to ensure compliant use of the program. Third, we've identified that increasing knowledge about the program among Clin 2 awardees will help with spurring enrollment. And so I've spent some time doing onboarding calls with the Alpha clinics so that they can market the PSP to their study teams at their site. I've also been meeting with the study coordinators at each of the trials that are participating in the PSP so that I can build relationships with those study teams, identify areas for program improvement, and then also, really importantly, evaluate the interaction between the study teams and our vendor, Eversana. The fourth improvement area was that the program and its enrollment and usage has triggered some additional eligibility and compliance questions that require addressing in our business rules. And so these are questions like, when can a patient be considered a California resident for purposes of PSP eligibility? Or would we support a patient who initially resided in California but moved outside of California? And so to answer these questions, we've engaged CIRM's legal and finance teams on an ongoing basis and revised our business rules based on these decisions. And then finally, there is an opportunity to utilize the PSP to do enhanced clinical trial navigation and referrals. Currently, Eversana is capable of taking in referral calls. They handle around 25 to 30 of these calls per month, but their ability to direct patients to potential trials has been somewhat limited to date. And so by the end of this year, CIRM staff is working on rolling out a new clinical trials dashboard. And we hope to integrate that dashboard into Eversana's call center workflows so that we can enhance this navigation function in the future. So our initial pilot phase for PSP was launched in November of 2024. It ran through June of this year. As part of this pilot, we developed an operating model for the program, including call center scripting, business rules. We contracted with vendors for travel and debit card implementation. We signed our fiscal agreement. We launched at the subset of Alpha Clinic sites and then expanded the program to provide support for screening. And then by the end of the initial pilot, we had expanded the program to all of the Alpha Clinics and all of the Clin 2 award sites. And then we enrolled our 5th patient, like I mentioned. In completing this initial pilot phase, we were only able to enroll a small volume of patients, but which we thought would give us some answers on how to shape the program moving forward. And even with the small number of patients we enrolled, we identified some issues and open questions that needed to be addressed to strengthen program rules and give us a better sense of cost and utilization. And this led us to the conclusion that we needed to extend the pilot to gather more of this data and use these cases to develop stronger business rules. So in July, we decided to run the pilot for an additional 6 months to give us time to do some targeted marketing to the Alpha Clinics and the Clin 2 awardees, increase enrollment, accrue more usage of the program, strengthen our program reporting and clinical trial navigation capabilities, and have Eversana implement our requested reporting changes, and then implement process improvements, such as they've implemented an email inbox to more efficiently communicate with trial sites and patients. And so the goal of this expanded pilot was to increase overall enrollment, gather more data on cost and utilization, and strengthen our overall program integrity and business rules and reporting. And so far, we have accrued more enrollment. So this extension appears to be working. As of this morning, we have 17 patients enrolled in the program. And so this increased utilization of the program has allowed us to strengthen our business rules in a way that ensures that the program can operate in an efficient and compliant way in the future. So before I finish, I want to provide a high-level overview of the PSP implementation schedule for the remainder of the award. Today, I covered what we'll be seeing between now and June of 2026, in which we'll continue to focus on integrating PSP into our clinical infrastructure, including coordinating referrals to the PSP from the Alpha clinics and developing a referral intake process with the CCCEs, which we mentioned earlier in this meeting. They'll be launching next year. And we expect that a steady state for the program will be reached by the end of next year for years 3 and 4 of the award. And then by year 5, we'll either engage in winding down the award or, if applicable, ramping up and extending for new phases of the program. So thank you so much for the opportunity to share this update. Before I get to questions, I do want to acknowledge the feedback we received from the AAWG when I presented this update back to them in November, and they asked some really important questions regarding whether we provide tax education to patients we're supporting, since receiving this additional support could have ramifications on their taxes and potential eligibility for Medi-Cal, other public programs. So we followed up with the AAWG members to connect us with resources, and we're following the guidance that we should identify a California-based tax expert so that we can have a better ability to understand and identify educational resources for our patients, for our participants, and make informed decisions, so they can make informed decisions with regard to program participation. And so with that, I'm happy to take any additional questions from the group.
Great. Since this is an update, it doesn't require a motion or a vote, so the floor is open for discussion.
Thank you. Wonderful to see this, actually see it laid out. One of the things that's interesting to me as possibly the more expensive piece that you could provide as a service, but I think ultimately the one that will ensure compliance, comfortableness with the program, stick to it, is psychosocial support. So mental health services that support not just the patient, but the family. Because sometimes the family is in a different, and if you don't address all of those, that sometimes pulls the patient down or out. So are you considering offering that as you talked about looking for other issues you might have to address? I think that is actually one of the most crucial.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I think that this is something that when we were doing the planning for the program, we looked into.
Yeah, so it's a little bit, we run into, it's a similar issue with, we often get with childcare as well, is just having, so we get into issues of indemnification if we're providing services within a protocol. So we've been going out to folks that have been, asking about, thinking about these same issues. Well, the closest we've got in terms of being able to sort of do something like that is the other model is just to give the patient a grant. And that's what a lot of some of the disease-oriented support groups are doing. So we haven't, I don't think up until now really sort of imagined a way we can orient our current platform to that set of needs. So we just need to keep sort of engaging with people to sort out how would we do that. That's also a set of services, by the way, that the clinical award could think about.
Well, that's what I was thinking, that's where it should start,
Yeah.
maybe in an evaluation of the patient needs, because oftentimes they're not recognizing this is a need.
Yeah.
I mean, because, we used to do psychosocial support for our patients all the time. So you have to worry about the language.
Yeah.
Because that is also critical when you can't communicate. You feel very lost in a system that doesn't hear you and listen and know what you need. And oftentimes your needs, thank God you've listed them all there, or a number of them, are those ones not connected to actual, the actual treatment of the disease or the clinical trial. And that's where patients get kind of frustrated and lost. So I'm glad we've got that. The other thing you might consider is the telehealth component. More and more, public health systems are trying to figure out how to utilize that, particularly for rural communities. It's a growing need, and I think you can actually provide it, particularly for men, who oftentimes are not willing to go on a camera, but will call in on a, we've seen this in the Latino community with men, where they utilize the service, but they like the anonymity. You'll know who they are or the person. I just think that telehealth is a real critical way to start to address so that you don't have to be in a location necessarily. You can be at home safely, et cetera, and find that service at a time that suits you and not the system.
Yeah.
So I just think it's something that needs to be looked at. But yes, at the clinical level, they start thinking about that.
You've jogged my memory now. Sorry, I was a bit slow
That's
on
okay.
the uptake. So this did come up, back to the psychosocial support. We do need to really, if that is deemed an important element to the clinical journey, we do need to really look towards the clinical protocol for a kind of a technical reason that trips us up in this program. We can only deploy resources for California patients. And this actually came up with an exchange with one of the IRBs. If that level of support is deemed essential, then it needs to be available to any patient enrolled in that clinical trial. Therefore, we need to look to the clinical protocol, which can serve all patients. We have a little bit of a quirk of policy here that these resources can only go to California residents.
Yes.
So that's the problem we ran into on that issue.
Correct.
Nothing like systems getting in the way of the
Yeah.
cure,
But the
right?
telehealth point I think is really, really important. And as we expand to the CCCs, I think even that will become even more important in the future.
Marguerite?
Yeah, so great update, and I'm glad to hear that, you know, the enrollment has expanded, seems greatly. Somebody can do the math between 5 and 17. What did you find besides, anything besides awareness that was holding people back from enrollment?
We haven't gone to that extra layer of kind of analyzing the barriers to access. I think for me, what I've observed is that increasing enrollment, increasing awareness with the Clin2s and just building relationships with the study teams is what's really helped. The other thing that we've heard is that the study coordinator will often talk to like 5 patients and 1 patient will enroll. And so I'm trying to figure out like how can we get those additional 4 patients enrolled into the program, because I think what's happening is patients can be overwhelmed when they get so much information at their early trial appointments. And so this patient support program may be like page 18 of a 20-page, booklet that they get. And so I'm trying to figure out ways that we can maybe have Eversana do outreach calls to follow up with those patients who've been identified as being interested and be able to enroll them into the program.
Yeah, I'm thinking people might think, oh, that couldn't possibly mean me for some reason, and
Nimit, can you also, the other thing, I actually think the numbers are quite, like I say, and the increase has been really impressive. I think one of the things to remember is when the moment we started this program, we were really at a nadir in terms of our percent of eligible patients in CIRM funded trials who were on protocol. And so you did some numbers. So can you tell it in terms of?
We've worked with our
representation in terms of eligible patients.
Yeah, so we've worked with our clinical development colleagues to try to kind of have a rough estimate for what percentage of enrolled California patients are we supporting through the PSP, and it's around 15 to 20%. So I think if you just look at this number of 17 patients, it may not seem like a lot, but when you contextualize it in terms of since this program is launched, which was in November of last year, right? We've got about 15 to 20%, and it's increasing. So my hope is that as we launch new Clin2s next year, we'll be able to enroll more patients.
Are there any other questions for Nimit? Always here?
No, but I do want to thank Nimit so much for your presentation. Really appreciate it. This is a very important program, and I'm just really proud of the work we've done here, and that's in large part thanks to you. So thank you.
Very good. Great. Okay. Our last substantial item on the agenda is a discussion about our CIRM's communication strategy. It's going to be led by our Director of Communications, Amy Adams, sorry. And supported by JT, I'm not sure.
I have JT is playing a support staff
role
today,
right?
yeah.
They give Oscars out to both.
This in term mode. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board, members of the public who are listening in. We have to continue to share. If I've lost my cursor. Okay, we're good. I have a bonus item here. Before we launch into the presentation, I wanted to take a moment to acknowledge the hard work of Esteban Cortez. He's the Director of Marketing and Communications, and he is leaving CIRM at the end of next week. I know. Yeah. Those of you who have been on the board for Esteban's tenure have gotten to know his dedication to CIRM, his incredible work ethic, his unbelievable professionalism. When he announced his departure last week, people from across CIRM emailed me to apologize, to feel sorry for me that I was losing him. And to a person, they called him a delight to work with, and they are right. I hope you can join me in thanking Esteban for all he's done to advance CIRM's mission and to wish him all the best in his future. Okay. And with that said, it is my pleasure to share our communications and outreach strategy. Today, I'll focus on how we're implementing the 4 pillars of the strategy. You can find the full strategy attached to the agenda and in Boardable. I'm happy to take questions on any aspect of that strategy, but so much is going on that today I want to focus on some of the things we're actually doing instead of just what we plan to do. So first, I know we show this slide a lot, but that's because we care about it. CIRM's mission of delivering cures drives every aspect of this communication strategy. So this is the mission statement for the communications and outreach team. We believe that building support for CIRM among varied California audiences will help CIRM achieve its mission. CIRM's success requires the people of California to understand the value of funding scientific research and the benefits that funding brings to the state in the form of access to clinical trials, training for regenerative medicine careers for people from all regions of the state, and economic strength. Many of you may remember this slide from my presentation in September. I told you that I want everyone in CIRM to be singing the same song, and that song will translate into storytelling for 4 key audiences across California. Songs are powerful because they convey a story. They're enjoyable and they stay with you. They're memorable, and we want our story to be memorable. And I said that I wanted to create a song that inspires these emotions, which I believe are critical for achieving the objectives that I laid out. If we can stir these emotions, we can inspire the public, patients, lawmakers, and scientists to support and engage with CIRM. Well, this slide is my strategy, but I'm going to show it like this. So here's the same information displayed differently. These are the 4 pillars of my strategy: create the story, tell the story, deliver the story, and measure the impact. In the full strategy document, you can see tactics for each of these pillars, along with an implementation timeline. Rather than discussing what we're going to do, today I'm going to talk about what we've been doing in each pillar. So first, and this is the big showcase one for today, create the story. Our story needs to connect emotionally to the people we're trying to reach. It needs to be flexible enough to be told by anyone to any audience. I've hired an agency called ValveSpring to help create this story. And JT, my support staff today, will be debuting that story at the end of my presentation, so stay tuned. In addition to a patient-focused, results-oriented narrative, the story has dynamic, forward-looking visuals with an emphasis on patients. We'll also create alternate versions of the story with the ability to add or change content and patient stories that's relevant for particular audiences. And I'll talk more about that when I bring JT up. So how are we telling the story? Story doesn't help us if we don't do anything with it. We plan to incorporate the story into diverse storytelling formats, including patient stories, scientific progress, and videos. Here you can see some examples of how we've told the story since our last board meeting. In the middle, that beautiful boy is Calvin. He's the son of the mom who spoke so passionately at the last meeting in favor of an award, and here I'm starting to tear up, an award that could benefit people with Pitt-Hopkins disease, among other genetic conditions. We reached out to that mom and we wrote a story about her and her son. And we also talked to the scientist who received the award, who talked passionately about the value of including patient voices, even in early stage discovery work. If you haven't seen that story, I encourage you to read it. Maybe I encourage Claudette to send it out to you. Okay, so in addition, the team ran a social media campaign around Epilepsy Awareness Month. That's this over here. That campaign included stories about CIRM-funded cell therapy approaches to treating epilepsy and patient stories of people who have participated in CIRM-funded clinical trials for epilepsy. Disease awareness months are a good opportunity to get our story in front of patients and patient advocates. In parallel with this campaign, the outreach team attended a 2-day epilepsy expo in Anaheim, where they were also able to share CIRM story. Okay, finally, over here on the right, it's a new brochure the team developed featuring patient stories. This version that we created initially has a range of rare and common diseases represented and a mix of neurological diseases and others. This is the version our vice chair took to DC to visit legislators. What I want to highlight is that the design is modular and very flexible. So if one of you on the board comes to me and wants a brochure for a particular audience or for a particular event, we can create one that focuses on rare diseases, or focuses on neurological diseases, or focuses on diseases of a particular ethnicity. I think it could be a powerful tool and a useful leave behind. And I like the fact that it's modular and therefore easy to print very quickly. Okay, so how are we delivering the story? I'm separating telling the story from delivering the story. They're intertwined, obviously. But I think telling the story is the story we write, but the story doesn't do any good unless you get it in front of the right audience. So I'm really thinking a lot about channels, delivery channels for these stories. So to help us deliver our story effectively, I've hired a PR firm called Forrest Marsh. They have a national reputation as an agency that's focused on public good. In particular, they've worked with several institutes within the NIH, as well as the CDC, and with national patient advocacy groups. In selecting Forrest Marsh, we were particularly impressed with their strong examples of placing stories in Spanish language media and other multicultural outlets. They recently helped us pitch the announcement of the Community Care Centers of Excellence, and gained us 1,880 media placements. And actually, I think it's higher than that. That was just in the first week, and there's probably up to 2,000 now. They also worked with us to develop and distribute our first ever Spanish language version of a press release. Some of these 1,800 and whatever media placements include outlets that directly ran our press release in Spanish. And I want to particularly thank Rosa Kenneth-Aviles, who was able to represent CIRM in Spanish on KIQI radio, which I'm told is pronounced Kiki radio, which reaches Spanish speakers in San Francisco through Sacramento. I put a quote here from Rosa in Spanish, but I can't read the transcript, so I can't do that. But we have a quote here from Rosa in English, where she was interviewed for Genome Web, and I think the quote really sums up what we want to be saying. This program is key to CIRM's long-term vision to ensure that every California, regardless of where they live or their socioeconomic status, has access to cutting-edge cell and gene therapy, which is a terrific message for us to be getting out into the world. Another valuable way of delivering our story is through in-person outreach by members of our outreach team, CIRM staff, and board members. In the past few months, Maria Bonneville spoke about CIRM at a Hadassah event in LA, accompanied by board member Yael White and Jacqueline Hotkin, who does outreach for us in Southern California and who organized the event. I believe Maria also spoke recently to a Rotary Club, and I'm told all cameras died right before the line dancing started.
It's true. It is true.
So I don't have the photo here.
It's true.
Maybe we can get a demo later. And in the bottom, you see Aditi Desai, who leads our outreach efforts, along with Catherine Schweppe. I don't know how to say that last name, Schweppe, on the education team. Recently, they attended a diversity in STEM conference in Ohio. And to your question earlier, several of our trainees showed up at the booth and helped talk about CIRM while there. And in the future, I would love to work with the outreach team and think about how to bring these stories to you, because these students do go to a lot of events. Yeah. Not shown, but really important is an Alzheimer's event in Fresno, a part of the state where CIRM is not well represented, where Esteban Cortez from the communications team volunteered to help spread the word about CIRM's commitment to neurological diseases. And he was accompanied by board member Adriana Padilla. And this is just a small sample of the many in-person events that various CIRM members attend. Okay, the final part of the strategy, you can't change what you don't measure, which is why we measure absolutely everything. Web traffic, social media engagement, media placements. And once we standardize how we want to compile these metrics, we'll be reporting out on these regularly. In the meantime, I wanted to give just a small sneak peek of some metrics that I found interesting in the last month or two. We recently ran a series of social media posts about the launch of the CCCEs. The post began, access to clinical trials shouldn't depend on where you live. That resonated widely. That was our most viewed post on social media in the last, I think, month or two. And ranking just behind that post was another post about recent news out of UCLA regarding their ADA SCID trial. It was a patient-focused story about how kids have benefited from that trial. And then on our blog, the most read post was a recent story about board member Kim Barrett. I look forward to coming back to you in the future with a fuller evaluation of our social media program. But for now, I take these metrics as an indication that a human-focused approach is really resonating. Thank you. All right, so before I take questions, I'm going to invite JT to present the CIRM story that I mentioned earlier. And once he's done, I'll be more than happy to take questions. And before I introduce JT, you need to know that a few of us have hatched a little plan to videotape everyone on the executive team doing this presentation, because I think it's a powerful presentation and one everyone should be able to present. And board members, I won't put you in the competition because that's not appropriate. But if anyone wants to join the competition, I'd be happy to videotape you. Yeah. Okay. So JT is going to help me roll out the new CIRM story. This is developed in collaboration with our vendor Valve Spring. At previous board meetings, many of you have encouraged me to develop a narrative, the song we all sing, that has heart, a narrative that draws on patient stories and shows CIRM's impact in California. And I believe we've done that. The version of our story that JT is going to debut is intended to elicit excitement about CIRM, hope for cures, and pride in California, which is all to say that JT is going to emote for us today. 1 second, JT. What I hope you will see is that the narrative also leaves room for expansion. If you're speaking to an audience that would want to learn more about our education programs, there's room to add those slides. If you want to talk more about funding strategies, there's a place for that too. If you're speaking to a Latino audience or an audience interested in rare diseases, I'll be providing a stockpile of alternative patient images and talking points you can use to customize the story for those audiences. The second narrative will be available to all of you, as will additional materials that we're developing to help tell the story, including proof points, a reference for patient stories, and an elevator pitch. Of course, you're welcome to tell some story in language that feels appropriate for you and your audience. Now, without further ado, JT needs to hang on just a second, because now I need to switch slides. Action. Yeah, action, hang on, not yet.
Cut.
All right, I have to reshare. JT, you can clear your throat or something. You don't want that. Okay, JT.
Thank you, Amy. Board members. I want to begin with a story that brings us together. Board members, scientists, legislators, patients, caregivers, advocates, and the people of California. A few years ago, a baby boy in the Sacramento Valley was born with a life-threatening immune disorder. His diagnosis came with only one message for his parents. His future is uncertain because no cure existed. But Californians chose to invest in regenerative medicine, and that little boy was enrolled in a clinical trial funded by CIRM. Today, he's full of energy, curiosity, and fun. That outcome was not by chance, but the result of choices, the belief that we can do more and faster for those who need it most. CIRM, the California Institute for Regenerative Medicine, is a state agency created by voters in 2004 and renewed in 2020. Overall, Californians authorized over $8 billion in funding to develop therapies for serious diseases, both rare and common. Our mission is clear: accelerate world-class science to deliver transformative treatments equitably to California and beyond. We help speed breakthroughs into real therapies and work to ensure that they are within reach of everyone in California who can benefit from them. Regenerative medicine fixes the root cause of disease. Cell therapy replaces damaged cells with healthy ones. Gene therapy corrects instructions inside cells. Gene-modified cell therapy is a combination of the two. Clinical trials testing regenerative medicine therapies are how Ronnie, born with an immune disorder, can now climb aboard a farm tractor without fear of infection. How Annette, whose decades-long epilepsy is now controlled after a single treatment. And how Byron, a Navy pilot, went from, in his words, alive but not living to flying high. This is how Californians are building the future of medicine and changing lives. There are 4 ways the work CIRM is doing changes lives. First, CIRM moves scientific discoveries from the lab to patients faster. We've funded over 1,400 projects and 115 clinical trials across 80 diseases. More than 50 children have been cured through CIRM-supported clinical trials. Adults with chronic debilitating conditions that made it hard to manage daily activities are now pursuing their lives and livelihoods fully. These milestones are possible because voters asked for urgency and progress. Second, a cure that no one can access is not a cure. Part of CIRM's mission is to make sure every Californian who could benefit from cell and gene therapies has a path to access. Every clinical program must include transparent plans for patient access. Our Alpha Clinics, Community Care Centers of Excellence, and Patient Support Program make trials and treatments available statewide, especially for underserved communities. A person's zip code should never block access to life-saving treatments. Third, beyond cures, CIRM is growing California's workforce and industry. Over 4,600 people have been trained in regenerative medicine, many from underrepresented communities. Our most recent economic impact study showed that our research programs have attracted $24 billion in private investment, helped create 56,000 new jobs, and launched more than 50 new companies. This is world-class science driving growth and opportunity for the entire state. And finally, while public science funding declines elsewhere, California is continuing to invest in research, clinical trials, students, and patients. Our network covers universities, hospitals, clinicians, industry, and community-based organizations. When you hear about major advances in cell and gene therapies, California often played a role. Not once, but twice, California voters chose to support CIRM and regenerative medicine. We take that responsibility very seriously. To ensure we use every public dollar wisely and efficiently, we adopted a strategic funding framework. That means we have a clear roadmap for directing resources to the science and programs most likely to reach patients. We create a clear pathway from first discovery to FDA submission with patient access built into the process. That is how we honor the trust Californians have placed in us. We always remember that behind everything we do, there is a person whose life can be better. And that is why CIRM exists, to accelerate therapies for those who need them most and to advance California to the forefront of regenerative medicine where cures are found. To patients, families, and advocates watching, we hear you and your voice guides us. To scientists in California, your work proves science is deeply human. To legislators and policy leaders listening in, your support shows that the health of Californians matters and should not depend on where they live or how much is in their wallet. To our team, you steward public dollars with care and purpose. And to everyone in California, thank you for believing in a future where cures are not just possible, but inevitable. Cures by California for the world. CIRM is how Californians turn pioneering science into a new frontier for cures for every community in every region of our state. Thank you.
Meet you on the JT on nomination.
That was awesome.
What award should we give him?
Well, I think you should wait for the full executive team to.
Oh, okay.
Next.
Competition, there you go.
Okay, so now I'll take questions both on my strategy, or on the presentation, either and or both. George.
So I guess I could summarize my reaction in one word: wow. This really was outstanding. I've long felt that we could do a better job communicating all of the wonderful things we do, and this has really manifested it. I'm very impressed with this. I think that telling people stories is a way of connecting with the audience, and even if we don't mention a disease that someone's interested in, making that connection in their minds between what they're seeing here and what they may be interested in is an easy connection to make. So I just want to praise you for having really taken a major step forward, and I very much look forward to seeing this in a variety of different contexts. So thank you.
Thank you. Oh, Leandra.
No, I was going to say similarly, I mean, it's a long board meeting and there's so much stuff and we're in it, right? We get it. We're nerds about this. And yet I saw the most emojis, engagement, smiles, nodding heads from even group here during that presentation. So I think that says a lot. Great job for the team that worked on this and great delivery, JT. This is what catches people's attention, the photos, the stories, and the connection there. So really lovely job.
Thank you. Kim.
I thought that was truly awesome. So congrats, Amy, to you and your team, and really nice delivery, JT. I think you have a future as a voiceover actor if you want to change careers. But in addition to really being very, very touched and moved by this eloquent explanation of who we are, it's long. So to what extent can pieces of this be used as more sound bites in platforms where this sort of long form will not be appropriate?
Kim, thank you for teeing up my January board presentation. So there is a messaging, set of messages, a messaging document that underlies this presentation. So a lot of the nuggets in the presentation we have as individual sentences or phrases, and that's something that I'll be bringing to the next board meeting. And I'm thinking of all of this as a toolkit. So we'll have the full presentation, we'll have some messaging. I've got some, patient stories you can swap in and out. So I'm trying to make it easy for everyone to tell this story at whatever length and whatever depth is appropriate for where you're speaking. So thank you for teeing me up.
Amy?
Vito.
Yeah, so folks, I had the occasion, as did many of us in the room, of hearing this twice. Once without the images that we just saw. And when I listened to JT recite it the first time, I saw the promise of what you've all created. But today, that promise has really flourished and I see the reality of it. Those photographs of those children and patients and parents and the teams and our employees here are just so powerful and very touching. I'm sure that anyone who sees this and listens to this will struggle to hold back a tear. It really touches. Brava, 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 brava.
Can I make a comment, Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
So I just want to congratulate Amy. So this was discussed in her strategy, discussed at our recent communications subcommittee, expertly led by our chair, Isabel. The engagement that Amy had in the course of that subcommittee was unlike we've had. And I said immediately afterwards, this was the best communication subcommittee meeting we'd ever had. Because we're getting into a strategic approach here that's just going to tremendously benefit CIRM and really get the message out across to all relevant stakeholder groups in a way we've never done it before. And I think this is a wonderful piece of writing, which Amy worked very hard on with Val Spring and input from Maria and input from Scott and input from many people. And Amy and I have talked about it on numerous occasions. I think it's a wonderful piece, but I just want to say job well done and onwards and upwards. So thank you.
Onwards and upwards. It's exciting.
I'm glad you're gonna add data,
Yeah,
because as a journalist, heart is good, but
I
you
know.
gotta give some solid data.
yeah. So part of my little toolkit, I'm trying to put together, and we use a lot of numbers, various places in various ways. But I'm trying to put together one document that sums it all up. All the various numbers that we use, where it comes from, how to use those numbers, so that when we go out and talk, we can talk about patient stories, but we can also talk about specific results.
I would like a little more of landscape analysis. Who's in the room? In other words, who's in California? How are these populations being served? How are we trying to bring those who are underserved into the room? Those sorts of things, because that's the kind of data. If I was doing the story, that's what I'd be asking.
So to that, when I gave this at the Rotary Club, questions were much more geared towards, where can I access these therapies? Do you have a therapy for X disease? So I think when you come to those, it does become, people start to think of it like just people in their own lives or themselves, and they approach it from that manner. So those questions, and we could direct them. We could say, here's our website, or give them a business card, or however to continue and engage the conversation. So it was really, it was great.
I'm handing back to you.
Oh, you're done?
Unless there's other
We don't need
questions.
to motion?
No, I think we've had emotion, but we don't need the motion, right? Thank you so much, Amy, and the whole team, of course, right? Is there any member of the public who would like to comment on either any aspect of our application review process or any item that has not been on today's agenda that maybe you would like the board to consider in the future? This would be a time to make that. You don't see anything, okay? In that case, I'm going to adjourn the meeting shortly, telling you that the next meeting of the ICOC and the ARS will be at 9 a.m. on Thursday, January 26th, 2026 at the San Francisco Airport Marriott in Burlingame, California. And I just want.
It's the 29th.
What did I say?
26th.
Yeah.
26th.
It's the 29th?
Yes.
I stand corrected. I must have been using, last year's calendar. But one final note, I do want to, and I speak for everyone here at CIRM, I want to wish everyone a very happy, healthy, and in every possible meaning of the word prosperous new year to come for all of you. So, happy New Year.